Okay, I know what I will do. I will log in just with my phone now
and and
and
then
then
you
log
switch
back.
back.
I
Yes,
log back to the computer for the discussion so I can see everybody, okay?
that that's a super idea.
Okay, okay.
That's
Okay,
the
Andrea, let's go.
now we will let Marian go on his phone strictly, and then we can go. So 30 seconds more.
Andrea, do you want to send a link through do I need to send on email or no?
I don't know. I just
General
sent it to only Georgie Christo wrote to me asking what is happening,
Okay.
and I've sent him the link by the email. So I don't know.
Okay, just yeah.
Okay,
They're
Andrea, we
recording.
can
Can we
we can
go
start.
now?
Yeah.
I know, Marian and everything. We can see you, Marian. That is why I hate Zoom. It's okay. We're only 10 minutes late, so it's still bearable. It's okay.
In Brazil, it's totally normal.
Yeah, you're heroes.
10 is not late.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
For sure. Maar o Paris звук, брат. Mute us. You're
Is the
mute.
sound okay? Do you hear me well?
Yes.
All right.
Perfect.
Shall I start then?
I think I will introduce you just for a second and then.
All right.
Okay. Is the recording on, David? It's okay?
Okay.
Okay, good. Okay, so hello everyone once again, and welcome to the second day of our event and the second panel, which is entitled Other Critical Traditions, Praxis of Theorizing, Part 1, because this in few hours later we will have a Part 2. And I will introduce our panelists today one by one. So the first one speaking will be Marian Ivkovic. So Marian Ivkovic obtained his BA and MA in sociology at the Faculty of Philosophy in Belgrade, and he defended his PhD thesis some years ago in sociology at Cambridge University in the United Kingdom. In his research, Marian focuses on problems of contemporary sociological theory and social philosophy. The primary area of his interest is critical theory, as an interdisciplinary approach that synthesizes social and political philosophical reflection with the empirical social research. Marian's work centers around the analysis of the potential of different varieties of contemporary critical theory for conceptualizing and diagnosing complex forms of social domination in the era of neoliberal revolution. So, Marian's title today will be Post-Critical Semi-Periphery, a fertile ground for counter-hegemony. And yes, Marian, the floor is yours. Here we go.
Right. Thank you, Andrea. Okay. What I want to talk about today is, whether semi-periphery actually is the most fertile soil for as I said, counter-hegemonic struggle, and in that respect, yeah, to challenge the general hierarchy of the core and the periphery when it comes to progressive political action. So the nature of the political dead end we find ourselves in can be analyzed through the lens of the theory of hegemony. We can say we find ourselves globally in a state of interregnum right now, and the problem, that the question we are facing is why isn't there already more success when it comes to formulating a counter-hegemonic bloc, even though we have been in a state of permanent crisis more or less for the past 2 decades, or slightly less, like since 2008. My basic supposition is that Eastern European post-socialist semi-periphery is the place where, first of all, the most advanced form of hegemony, of post-Fordist hegemony, currently has evolved, and that this situation basically creates the conditions for also the evolution of an adequate form of counter-hegemony, which needs to take into account these peculiar aspects of the evolving form of hegemony, which is now being, as I will argue, transplanted from Eastern Europe to the core of the capitalist system, because it has proven quite successful in stabilizing the system in situations of crisis. First, let me make a general argument about our political situation globally, and then I'll focus on what is so unique in post-socialist semi-periphery. Now, numerous explanations have been proposed for the absence of any substantial progressive challenge to the status quo globally over the past decade and a half. For example, the changed character of contemporary financialized capitalism, which does not automatically produce a strong collective actor such as organized labor, capable of fighting for social change, which existed in industrial Fordist capitalism. But I would argue, however, that the key factor behind the missing legitimation crisis at the moment and the missing of a effective counter-hegemonic struggle should be found in the subtle forms of social domination which are operative in post-Fordism. One such form is something that can be termed complex domination along the lines of the theory of Boltanski, which basically means domination through constant simulation of social change. Basically, what we are experiencing in post-Fordism is a kind of systemic imperative that things constantly must be changed, and we can see that in various aspects of social reality, even in the academic sphere, where we have some constant transformations of various measurement techniques and standardization techniques, basically this has the effect of constantly subverting any attempt to formulate a social critique, a critique of the institutional order, by simply incorporating these critiques, simulating some kind of engagement with these critiques, with the agents of critique, inviting these agents to enter into some kind of interaction with the institutional order, to get engaged, and not simply, criticize and be negative and so on and so forth. We know this vocabulary very well. So this is what we can call complex domination, domination which does not simply try to prevent change and stabilize the existing institutional order, but which manages some kind of simulated social change which doesn't really produce anything substantially new. And this is one of the most powerful elements of what we might call in Gramscian terms the political common sense of the post-Fordist hegemonic bloc. And it sets up the conditions for the emergence of its flip side, of what might be termed its mirror image or its constitutive other, which is the reactionary refusal of change, we might call it that way, which then becomes the principal political antagonist of the ideology of constant change, which is the progressive neoliberal ideology. And this is how the whole political space, political field becomes structured along this binary opposition of progressive neoliberalism versus reactionary populism. And the space is closed off for some third alternatives, such as a substantive socio-economical progressive alternative. We can understand the current success of reactionary populism through this lens. we can understand it as simply playing the role of the constitutive other of what has been for the past 30 years the dominant political common sense of the post-Fordist hegemonic bloc. Now this situation means that any prospect for assembling a counter-hegemonic bloc will depend on the occurrence of a pronounced systemic crisis caused by some major disruptive events, for example, the 2008 crisis, the beginning of the pandemic, or the current genocide in Gaza. Only in such situations does a real opening appear for the articulation of counter-hegemonic struggle, which is more or less impossible if there is no such major disruptive event. Why is this the case? It is only in such situations that this structuring of the political space through the binary opposition of progressive neoliberalism and reactionary populism is disrupted, because a certain basic layer of intersubjectivity is established among social actors in one form of common understanding that the existing political common sense and its constitutive others, so both dimensions, which are both part of the hegemonic bloc, the progressive neoliberal and the reactionary populist, are insufficient for tackling the systemic crisis. And this common understanding is what a group of us in the Institute who are working together on developing a certain theory of social change call negative common knowledge. Negative common knowledge comes about when mutual awareness of a wide spectrum of social actors that their institutional order is dysfunctional and unjustified becomes explicit. So when we all know that we all know this situation, that's negative common knowledge. And this serves as the initial ground for assembling a counter-hegemonic bloc in situations of post-Fordist hegemony. Now, this kind of knowledge, the negative common knowledge, was to some extent present after the 2008 crash and after the start of the pandemic, but in the end, nothing came out of it. Complex domination was successful in closing the gap between the official narratives, the political common sense, and the reality of the institutional system that the people experienced, actually. Now, I would say this negative common knowledge appeared again now during the Gaza genocide, and the outcome is still not clear at this moment, whether domination will once again close the gap successfully or not. It seems that mechanisms of complex domination have been somewhat less successful in this case so far. Now, the process of establishing negative common knowledge among social actors in such crisis situations, it's not just cognitive. We have affectively laden reactions to the crisis, which establish a shared emotional focus. And this is not just a focus on the loss of legitimacy of the institutional order. It is also a certain positive emotional focus on our hopes that the whole political community can be reconstituted on new and alternative grounds. And that's why the community. That's why the importance of our understanding of mutual interdependence and the importance of our understanding of the community. There is a dynamic here between two kinds of trust that we have in each other in such situations, which are both unconventional. We have this existential trust that we will be able to rebuild the political community on new grounds, and we have what we might call therapeutic trust, which is a trust, interpersonal trust, certain anticipation that other people will be, cooperative in rebuilding this political community, regardless of their concrete identities, affiliations, or political orientations. So these two types of trust are very important within what we might call this newly emerging ephemeral collective actor that takes shape in crisis situations. Now, the important thing is that people who are gathered in such collectives, they don't yet have a common normative perspective of any kind, which would provide a solid basis for counter-hegemonic struggle. But this is the only possible route toward building such a bloc. A spark needs to be lit in a form of crisis that brings into existence this kind of new collective actor encompassing members of a wide variety of different, even mutually antagonistic social groups. And some examples can be the current Serbian social movement, which brings together a very wide array of, ideological groups, identity groups, class, strata, age groups. So that's what I mean by an ephemeral collective actor. And another example can be, of course, the movements that sprang up in the aftermath of the 2008 crisis, like the Occupy movement or the Arab Spring, which we rely on as well in our research, the Tahrir Square movement in particular. Now, within such collective actors, then there is room for further normative articulation of social normative claims for substantial social change, but whether this potential is realized or not depends on a number of factors. Now, although complex domination, as I described it initially, is neutralized through the emergence of this kind of collective, its logic can reconstitute itself relatively quickly inside such collectives. Now, complex domination within ephemeral collectives means that there is a dividing line that is then produced between those who are understood to have some kind of political agency, who are candidates for political agency, and those who are not, who are perceived as merely negative, disengaged, or anti-political. And this usually follows some pre-existing lines of division, such as class division or identity, various identity divisions. And this logic was very evident in the post-2008 social movements. It was evident during the pandemic. This logic is successful because, once we start engaging in such collectives, we want to achieve some kind of tangible success. And this is where complex domination intervenes. It opens some kind of avenue of pseudo-engagement, and then what happens is that the link between existential and therapeutic trust is broken, because we start thinking that we can reconstitute the political community if we get rid of unwanted elements within the new collective. And I'll say more about this in concrete terms relatively soon. Now, just a general statement. Complex domination is successful in these situations if the ephemeral collective starts resembling the hegemonic bloc itself, if it gets divided into an interior of constructive agents and an exterior of destructive ones. And now, on the basis of this just preliminary outline of how post-Fordist hegemony works, I would like to argue that there is something specific about post-socialist semi-periphery, in other words, Eastern Europe, in light of these characteristics, which I would like to just briefly try to specify. The peculiarity of Eastern Europe after 1989 is to be found in the weakness of its hegemonic bloc that took shape after the fall of socialism. And the weakness of post-Fordist hegemony in Eastern Europe comes from the fact that we have primary accumulation in our societies coupled with a societal structure that is not really suitable for primary accumulation in terms of ideological justification, because post-socialist societies have gone through the process of industrialization and urbanization. They have gone through this stage where primary accumulation cannot be justified simply in terms of getting rid of feudal social relations and so on and so forth. And these processes are then followed by extreme rise in social inequalities and pauperization, which comes through primary accumulation. And the result of these processes is that the hegemonic bloc in post-socialism has had to be reinforced through an adaptation, which consisted in the reformulation of its political common sense. And this reformulation is what I would call double hybridization, or second order hybridization of the hegemonic bloc. And let me explain that. So every hegemonic bloc is hybrid in the sense that heterogeneous elements are brought together in it. But the glue that holds these elements together, the political common sense, should be relatively consistent in standard hegemony. And in standard post-Fordist hegemony, of course, this is the ideology of pseudo change, as I already mentioned, which produces its mirror image in the form of resistance to this pseudo change. This is the political common sense in the standard form. Now, the Eastern European adaptation of the political common sense of the hegemonic bloc happens when this, not just the bloc itself, but the political common sense, the glue itself, becomes hybridized to prevent the disintegration of the bloc in a situation of weak hegemony. And this is a historically contingent and path-dependent strategy. And most observers would locate its origins at the beginning of Putin's regime in Russia after 2000, you know. And in this case, the hybridization of the political common sense means the discursive interweaving of elements of different ideologies that have been historically effective in a certain society. In the case of Russia, this is really existing socialism, ethnic nationalism, fascism, and various kinds of imperial aspirations. And then you have the fusion of these seemingly incompatible elements of different ideologies. But, you know, I would argue that Putin's regime was in fact not the first to do this. As some of my colleagues and I have tried to argue in some texts, Slobodan Milosevic was actually the first one who did this in the late 1980s in Yugoslavia, prior to its breakup, also in the conditions of a disintegrating hegemonic bloc. So Milosevic's faction of the Yugoslav political elite, along with prominent media under his control, managed to symbolically interweave different types of people's discontents at that time, such as various workers' strikes due to the economic crisis in Yugoslavia in the 1980s, various demands for economic liberalization which existed at the time, which was seen as the cure for the economic crisis, and then various kinds of manifestations of ethnic nationalism, such as the nationalist protests of Kosovo Serbs at the time. So what Milosevic managed to do, he managed to interweave these different kinds of discontents discursively and present them as one single demand, a demand for change or for reform that resonated with the agenda of Milosevic's faction of the party. Now, this is what my colleagues and I call this interweaving. We call it the hybrid discourse of Milosevic's regime, but we can also call it hybridized political common sense, or simply hybrid hegemony, which is what I'm going to use now. So a hybrid hegemony creates a kind of unity in difference of the constitutive elements of the hegemonic bloc, meaning that the most distant elements need not have any kind of direct connection between themselves. They are linked through other elements. They don't have any family resemblance, we could say, in Wittgensteinian terms. And then, you know, the nationalist grievances of Kosovo Serbs at the time and the demand for meritocratic change in the economy were such completely distant elements within the hegemonic bloc of Milosevic regime. And this is, you know, once again where elements of complex domination come into play. These distant elements of the hegemonic common sense are held together through the creation of in ordinary social actors, the creation of a sense of an urgent need for things to change due to the structural instability of the system, which is in fact not real change, but pseudo change. And then this kind of urgent need for change, it makes social actors prepared to accept the incomplete equivalence of the elements in the political common sense. Now, today, Serbia is experiencing its second era of having a regime of hybrid hegemony in terms of its political common sense. So since 2012 until now. I'll get more about it soon. Post-socialist semi-periphery can, in this sense, be considered avant-garde in terms, first of all, of the evolution of post-Fordist hegemony, its adaptation to the systemic crisis of legitimacy. And we can also consider the regimes in Hungary and until recently in Poland as examples of hybrid hegemonies in this respect. But now what is interesting is that over the past 10 years, we can observe a process of diffusion or transplantation of this adaptation of post-Fordist hegemony to the countries of the capitalist core. This is how we can explain actually the rise of Trumpism and similar occurrences in the Western world, I would argue. We had before that a standard post-Fordist hegemony, as I already argued, produces its constitutive other in the form of reactionary populism, and this was already the case with Le Pen in the 1990s, with George W. Bush. But these forms of reactionary populism are not the same as the ones we have today. They are simpler than what has evolved in Eastern Europe and what is now being adopted in the capitalist core. Now, why? In what sense is it simpler? I would say that hybrid hegemony, as I outlined it, it produces a constitutive dividing line between us and them, similar to standard reactionary populism, in the form of, you know, the alienated elites as the enemy of the people. However, there is this important difference. Crime in a hybrid hegemony, and an ephemeral collective of protesting social actors is formed, as I tried to explain, then domination tries to reconstitute the system by producing a dividing line within the protesting collective that is the mirror image of the hegemonic bloc. So it's a dividing line between those who have political agency and those who don't. And we have the example of Black Lives Matter, because Trumpism works in this way. You know, we could see that on that example, that eventually, you know, there was a split between those who had trust in systemic reform and those who did not, and who would be considered simply destructive and you know, not engaged in real social change. But because of its explicit double hybridity, hybrid hegemony cannot produce a homogeneous enough we the people like reactionary populism does. This we is always too internally contradictory, and what holds it together, as I already mentioned, is the promise of change, the overcoming of structural crises that is constantly postponed. And you know, this weakness of the bloc, hegemonic bloc, creates a political opportunity. So to come back to Nancy Fraser, she explains in her text on legitimation crisis that the new left was building on the ambivalence of the hegemonic political common sense of Fordism. So that, just a quote, shot through with references to alternative suppositions, the hegemonic political imaginary harbored within itself a subliminal contestatory potential. That potential could in principle be activated by the sustained agitation of determined activists who propagated counter-hegemonic views that could achieve some traction by building on understandings that were already available in a latent state. End of quote. She goes on to argue that there is less subliminal contestatory potential in the post-Fordist hegemony, although there is still some such potential. And the problem is that there is an absence of a strong enough movement to realize this potential. Now, I would argue that there is even less, if any, subliminal contestatory potential in the hybrid hegemony of Eastern Europe, which is now becoming global, when it comes to its contents. However, there is such potential in the formal characteristics of this hegemony, namely in its double hybridity or explicit hybridity. Now, I would say over a longer period of time, there are certain socializing effects of this hybridity on social actors. Being socialized into this kind of hegemony means becoming accustomed to the radical heterogeneity of the elements of the hegemonic bloc and not seeing this as a problem. Now, that means that when a crisis erupts and an ephemeral collective takes shape, a protesting collective takes shape, this socialization subverts the capacity of complex domination to produce a clear dividing line within the ephemeral collective. That means that hybridity structurally subverts complex domination, because the dividing line between those who have political agency and those who do not cannot then be the exact mirror image of the same kind of dividing line within the hegemonic bloc. Let me try to specify this. If the hegemonic bloc itself is contradictory because of its double hybridity, then the logic of the mirror image means that the ephemeral collective as well will not have such a clear division. And the Serbian social movement is a very, very good example right now, I would say. Because we have a hybrid hegemonic bloc, we have become socialized. I will try to argue now in a moment. We have become become accustomed to live with this kind of extreme heterogeneity inside the protesting collective. And this is an opportunity basically for really building a genuine counter-hegemonic struggle. But this kind of structural precondition is not enough in itself. What is needed is what Fraser calls sustained agitation of determined activists to realize this potential. And the goal of such agitation must be to build what one can term a second order counter-hegemonic bloc. That means one that is not only heterogeneous in terms of its structure, but which thinks of itself as irreducibly heterogeneous. So how does this process of subversion of complex domination look like in concrete terms? I can only give some tentative empirical evidence from Serbia as a conclusion, which has experienced the longest overall period of hybrid hegemony. If we count Milosevic in the 1990s and Vucic for the past 12 years, then it's some 25 years in total. So what we had in Serbia over the past decade or so, we had protest waves which erupted in the aftermath of various crisis events on numerous occasions. But so far, complex domination has been successful in producing the dividing line between candidates for political agency and those who are not. And not just the regime, but actually anti-regime media played an important role in this as well. And this dividing line takes the shape of a division between civilized citizens and hooligans. So those who are, not prepared to engage in any kind of violent confrontation with the regime on the one hand, and those who are on the other. And basically this division is founded upon a deeper symbolic division between the urban and the rural components of Serbian society, which figured already in the 1990s movement against Milosevic and was an important limiting factor in mobilizing a successful counter-hegemonic bloc. But now what is interesting is that over the past couple of years, we have been experiencing signs that complex domination is not as effective as it used to be. The first such sign was the protest movement against the Rio Tinto mining company in 2021, where this kind of dividing line was not effectively produced in the protest movement. And the second and even more important sign is the current episode that has lasted since last November, where once again we don't have a successful production of a dividing line so far. And this, I would argue, can be structurally attributed to Serbia's hybrid hegemony, but it can also be attributed to the increasingly strong efforts of some types of activists within these protesting collectives who fight the logic of complex domination. And then I would also say, as the last thing, that there are also some signs nowadays that this model, this type of counter-hegemonic struggle, so an order counter-hegemonic struggle, that is evolving in the post-socialist semi-periphery, is beginning also to be diffused to the capitalist center, just like the model of hybrid hegemony. And one example could be the current Italian movement for solidarity with Palestine, which is now gaining ground, and which I would say also has some characteristics that fit within what I have proposed as a model of counter-hegemonic struggle. So post-socialist semi-periphery is, in this sense, I would say, the most promising sphere for achieving some kind of substantive social change globally. This is the argument I tried to make. Thanks. I'm gonna come back to the computer now.
Okay, so we will wait. Thank you, Marian. That was exciting and very insightful. While we are waiting for Marian to get back to his computers, you can start raising your hands if you have any questions. Think for a second while we wait for him.
We are going to do the questions now to Marian.
Is it okay? Or you prefer that we do everything in a row and then we have a group? No. Okay. That's all right. We will do it as yesterday. Sorry, Vanya. That was my mistake. Thank you for the. Okay. So then we continue. Sorry for the fuss. Just a second. What's going on? Okay. So now the next speaker in this panel will be Gabriel Rezende. Gabriel Rezende is an assistant professor of philosophy and legal theory at the Federal University of Minas Gerais. He holds a PhD in philosophy from Université Paris 8, the University Paris 8, and was the fellow at the Center for Advanced Studies of Southeast Europe at University of Rijeka in Croatia. Gabriel's title is Populism and Institucionalidad, two peripheral concepts. So, Gabriel, if you're ready, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Do you hear me well?
Yes,
question.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you. I'll just share my PowerPoint presentation just a second. Okay. Wait, what's going on? Okay. No. Okay. Does it work?
Yes.
Okay, good. So I'll just start now, Andrea, if you don't mind, but please remind me if I go through the 30 minutes that we agreed, okay? I might not get to the end of this. Maybe I don't get to the conclusions, but it doesn't matter. Actually, I wrote a little bit of some sort of preface here. I'll just set my, okay, good. Okay, so I'll read this preface and then maybe we won't get to the end of the presentation, to the conclusions, but it doesn't matter. No problem, we can discuss it later. So the title of this presentation, that is actually a larger paper that I wrote last year. So the title of this presentation is Populism and Institucionalidad. I'll explain later why this word is written in Spanish and why it's important to be written in Spanish. So populism and institucionalidad, two peripheral concepts. Although I have announced in this title this idea of a peripheral concept, I'm not entirely convinced that such a thing exists, actually. Perhaps what follows is a way of approaching this question, maybe indirectly. And this will be the question would be, can a concept be peripheral at all? Or is it possible for a concept to be really peripheral? In raising that question, I am not directing skepticism toward familiar process of territorialization and deterritorialization, nor am I suggesting that a geophilosophy of periphery is mistaken. The problem, in my view, is of a different order. As we will see later, concepts such as populism have become among the most significant contributions of Latin American thought to 20th century political philosophy. Yet, the price of this remarkable conceptual centrality was paradoxically the erasure of what I call the peripheral content. In other words, the difficulty in constructing a critical theory from the periphery, and I'll show this slide, okay? So, the problem in my view, as I said, is of a different order. The difficulty in constructing a critical theory from the periphery or the semi-periphery resides not only in the petty, that is the marginal or eccentric position, but it also lies in the enigma of the Greek verb phero, from which phereia derives, to bring, to bear, to carry. What or whom do we carry with us when we moved outward to the borderlands in the ever-evolving circularity? Is it even possible to think the periphery without the circle, the circularity, without this movement of carrying around that constitutes it? This would be my question. With a slightly parodic Derridian inflection, I would name this problem peripherance, the operation by which the peripheral circulates around the center, while also carrying traces of what it excludes, thereby preventing any stable distinction between center and margins. So this would be the preface. Now I'll move to a more, let's say, empirical or genetic portion of my presentation. Today, I would like to present an argument about the historical and conceptual relationship between populism, institutions, and constitutionalism in Latin America. And here's the starting point of my argument. Latin American constitutionalism and institutions, or institutionality, has been shaped as an explicitly anti-populist discourse and practice. So this is the, let's say, the hypothesis. Building on this, what I want to do today is revisit the historical and conceptual relationship between populism and institutions in Latin America by reintroducing a dimension that recent theories have largely set aside. Much of the contemporary literature on populism, whether in the ideational register or the more discursive anti-populist register, has tended to detach populism from its specifically Latin American emergence. Latin American populism is valid for these people, but Latin American reflection and theory on populism has become some sort of unthinkable monster. In doing so, both approaches have obscured what I call the transitional conception of populism. This will be important later on. Let me highlight this transitional conception of populism. The thesis that populism is a strategy geared towards a societal transition. Populism is a transitional strategy. In order to understand this, one has to reconstruct a larger intellectual lineage deeply rooted in the region's reflection on development, dependency, and the role of the institutions. This is what I'll try to do. So this is the summary of the presentation, right? I'll try to go through all these topics in a while. So I'll move to the first one, development, underdevelopment, and the emergence of populism as a concept. The intellectual environment in which the category of populism emerged in Latin America is structured around the concept of development. At the center of 20th century Latin American social thought is the foundational question: why underdevelopment? This is the central question of Latin American thought. Figures such as Raul Prebisch, Celso Furtado, Celso Furtado working within the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, the so-called CEPAL, viewed underdevelopment not merely as a preliminary stage on the way to development. Underdevelopment was a structural condition produced by the historical formation of global capitalism. So, in other words, underdevelopment is a slot, is a position, is a place, as some would call, a place within this structure, one in which the economic surplus is continually transferred to central capitalist countries. These disadvantages arise because primary goods exporters face declining terms of trade, fluctuating prices, and low technological incorporation, which prevent them from retaining value. As a result, the more they specialize in primary goods, the more they reproduce their subordinate position in the global economy. So this thinking centralized in two key ideas. First, the very important for us distinction between center and periphery. So this distinction is based on the international economic trade, right? So center periphery has to do with that. Second important idea, the structural dualism. Structural dualism inside peripheral economies where modern industrial sectors coexist with archaic productive forms. From the 1960s onward, dependency theory deepened these insights and crucially politicized them. This is very important. Scholars such as Cardoso, Fernando Henrique Cardoso, this man over here, who will later become Brazil's president, alongside with Enzo Faleto, argued that development or stagnation in peripheral countries could not be explained solely by external constraints. One had to examine internal political dynamics, the alliance among elites, and the institutional structures that perpetuated dependency. This is where populism first appears as an analytic category. So, in the early Latin American debates of the 1960s, scholars such as Otávio Yanni, Gino Germani, Francisco Verfort, and Torquato Di Tella approached populism not as an ideology or a style, but as a transitional political form. Unlike contemporary ideational or discursive approaches to populism, they understood populism as emerging in moments of crisis that disrupted the oligarchic state and opened the way towards industrialization. As Yanni puts it, populist phenomena arise precisely when the diversification of the export economy produces new social actors, most notably an urban middle class and an expanding industrial and commercial bourgeoisie. So this for me is the important point, right? Because as I mentioned before, I think this resonates with what Martin just presented, right? Because there are two different paths that mirror each other, but they have like different signs, right? So as you guys are talking about the transition from socialism, the problem here is the transition from this oligarchic state, right? So this is where populism kicks in. In this sense, transition had a dual meaning. Economically, it referred to the introduction of industrial dynamism into peripheral societies, creating conditions for domestic markets and import substitution industrialization. However, politically, it described the restructuring of power relations through the growing participation of the urban masses. Following Cardoso and Faleto, the rise and eventual decline of populism is explained by its capacity to mediate between the contradictory interests of industrial elites, traditional oligarchies, and newly mobilizable popular sectors. So this, I have a slide about this here. So those are the relevant actors. So populism was succeeded not in creating some sort of hegemony that supersedes those categories. In some sort of way, populism succeeded because he succeeded in creating these differences. This is the argument. Some sort. Okay. This is why Di Tella could argue that in certain historical contexts, populism offered the only viable route to structural change. This is a very important argument. So for Di Tella, only populism was possible. Only populism was able to transform Latin American societies. However, and this is very important as well, in the same breath, populist Latin American theorists argued that, from a Marxist point of view, that dependency theory emphasized the limits of this process. While populism redistributed concessions to the working class, it simultaneously constrained more radical or revolutionary alternatives. What matters for my purpose is that populism entered Latin American thought fundamentally as a response to the problem of development. Here, this is the conclusion, let's say, of this first part. So, in one hand, you need to understand what is the role of transformation within populism. You have to understand that only populism was seen by those thinkers as a viable route outside the oligarchic state, but at the same time, populism was some sort of reactionary revolution. Why? Because it prevented more structural transformations within those societies. So I'll go to the second part. Okay. So here's the opposition between these two arguments. The second part is the institutional turn from economics to constitutionalism. Beginning in the late 70s, the structural functionalist paradigm of the CEPAL and dependency theory both started to lose its centrality. Several factors contributed to this: the debt crisis, the limits of import substitution models, and the global rise of neoliberalism. But the key transformation is the following. The explanation of underdevelopment shifted from external structures to internal institutions. This is the moment when new institutional economics associated with authors like Douglas North began to influence debates in the region. The basic message of institutionalism is straightforward. So this is the argument. Institutions, formal and informal rules, shape incentives. Incentives shape economic behavior. Therefore, institutions shape development outcomes. In this view, bad institutions produce low productivity, rent-seeking, corruption, and unpredictability. Good institutions foster investment, innovation, and growth. So if you want to know why the United States of America is or are the United States of America, and why Brazil is Brazil, you have to look at the institutions, right? So they had good institutions, so good economic outcome. We had bad institutions, so we have low productivity, rent-seeking, corruption, and unpredictability. In Latin America, this institutional vocabulary gradually migrated into the field of constitutional law. So if in Douglas North or other hardcore institutionalists, institutions mean actually protecting contracts and expropriation. For Latin American social thought, gradually institutions started to mean constitutional law. The term institucionalidad came to denote exactly that, the set of political and legal institutions required for development. And this was a significant shift. In the 60s and the 70s, many progressive jurists or legal scholars in the region saw law and legality and courts as obstacles, the main obstacles sometimes to social change. But after the military dictatorships, this perception was reversed. Law now appeared as the primary tool for democratization. Human rights provided a language for resistance, and comparative constitutional law offered new models for adjudicating rights, including social rights. So courts were increasingly perceived as potential agents of transformation. As Javier Coso once said, progressive legal thought embraced some variation, some form of the institutionalist hypothesis. And the idea took hold that to change Latin American societies, one must change their institutions. And constitutions are the most fundamental institutions of all. This is how we get here, right? This transformation culminates in the project known as the Ius Constitutionale Comune in Latin America. I have this project here, ICCL. ICCL, the Ius Constitutionale Comune in Latin America, the common law of Latin America, can be described just like that. A shared body of constitutional principles across the region, a heavily influenced case law that comes from the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, and finally, an explicitly oriented perspective towards transformative constitutionalism. Within this framework, institutionalidad became a central concern, and it became a term of art. Institucionalidad started to be used, this term, always in Spanish, to denote the kind of institutions that are lacking in Latin America. So institucionalidad, from a pragmatic point of view, is always used to denote some sort of negative existential. It's always something that doesn't exist, right? So we use it normally to say, we lack institucionalidad. This is the normal use of it. Weak institutions, lack of independence, corruption, and low constitutional effectiveness are seen as core obstacles to development. So this becomes the hegemonic point of view in the field. And here the anti-populist dimension emerges clearly. Populism is portrayed as the political expression of this institutional weakness. Why? And here I come to the last part of my paper. So let me show now what is the explicit connection between constitutionalism and anti-populism. Within contemporary constitutional scholarship in the region, populism is frequently equated with hyper-presidentialism, right? This term refers to excessive concentration of power in the executive, plebiscitary or personalist forms of legitimacy, erosion of checks and balances, and low respect for
It seems that we have lost you, Gabriel.
Yeah, to me too.
Yes, he's frozen.
Sorry, am I back?
You are back. It's okay.
Okay, sorry. I think I have to share. No, maybe I'll share again. This. Wait a second. Do you guys see it?
Yes.
The PowerPoint. Yes, thank you. So I was just mentioning that in this definition of hyper-presidentialism, it doesn't matter if populism is right-wing populism or left-wing populism. It doesn't matter if it is reactionary or progressive populism. Hyper-presidentialism is a problem per se, right, in itself. Okay. So this critique has deep historical roots, and it's very connected to liberalism in Latin America. Many early 20th century constitutional theories in Latin America, especially after the events of the 1930 revolution in Brazil and Peru in Argentina, explicitly advocated executive expansion as the means to achieve development and social rights. So constitutionalists today interpret these traditions as the legal foundation of populist experience. Thus, populism and hyper-presidentialism appear as two sides of the same coin. And we can now see the fundamental point. Both populism and constitutionalism claim to be strategies for overcoming underdevelopment. But they compete by proposing opposite institutional logics. Populism, according to dependency theories, succeeded historically in certain transitions by forging alliances between heterogeneous groups and strengthening domestic markets. Constitutionalism, according to this current institutionalist approach, argues that the same populist arrangements perpetuate economic backwardness by generating institutional instability. So we have these two interpretations, and now I'll move to the last part of my presentation.
Yes.
So some see anti-populism as juristocracy and depoliticization. They argue that working with institutions or working with this idea of institucionalidad means projecting a technocratic democracy where we have weak political participation and legitimacy comes only from the judiciary. So we have what we call a juristocracy, a government of judges. However, there's a second interpretation, which is more, let's say, charitable. It holds that constitutional courts and courts in general in Latin America have become new sites of democratic participation, especially for marginalized groups as indigenous peoples, Afro-Latin movements, and LGBTQ plus communities, and also feminist movements. According to this view, rights-based litigation compensates for the exclusionary tendencies of the executive and legislative branches. So, and I'll just point this argument for a little while, because I think this is the point where both populists and institutionalists agree. Political representation in legislative bodies was captured by the elites. So this is the problem, the main problem. Legislative bodies are have been hijacked by different oligarchic states in the society. So you cannot go through the legislative bodies. You have to circumvent them in these other institutions, right? So both institutionalists and populists agree in this point. And then we can, I can move to my conclusion very quickly here. Let me conclude with a few remarks about the practical consequences of returning to these Latin American notions of populism and institutionalidad. What I want to suggest, cautiously, by the way, is that moving beyond both the ideational approaches to populism, including Laclau's, and the more rigid forms of institutionalism, may open the possibility of combining the insights of both. This is a bold claim, but I'll try to use it. To use Derrida's famous analogy, we may need to learn to write with both hands. This would involve at least 4 considerations. First, we must place, sorry, I think I have a slide on this. First, we must place the question of development back at the center of political debate, yet without repeating the old developmentalism, and with an awareness that any future model must also address the need for selective degrowth. Second point, we need to repoliticize institutionality. We must bring politics back to institutions. Rather than treating institutions as neutral constraints, we should recognize that new functional equivalents to legislative representation have already emerged and need to be actively occupied. Courts are only one example. Third, populism should not be reduced to symbolic condensation or discursive construction. It is a material and historical phenomenon that produces tactical alignments and class compromise within a specific transitional context. So that there's a material dimension to populism that we have to face again. And fourth, and lastly, and perhaps most importantly, both populism and institutionalidad are transitional. History shows that transitions are rarely visible to those living through them. And this may well be our situation today. We still lack a clear understanding of what kind of societal transition is underway, even though its empirical signs are everywhere. So this is why I think going back to this Latin American theory of populism may help us solving, if not all, at least a portion of the problems that we're facing today in our political spectrum. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gabriel. That was very, very interesting. I think it will suscitate some comments. At least I have many questions written down while we were speaking. So, but yeah, let's move on. If you can
Yes,
switch off the
I'm
show.
trying to.
Yeah, no worries. Just yeah.
How do I do that? Maybe this. No.
Let me see.
Oh yeah, I see.
Ah,
Okay, good.
now it works. Okay, let me just prepare my document so I can present the next speaker. And yes, the last speaker in this panel will be Milan Urošević, who is a research fellow at the Institute for Philosophy and Social Theory here in Belgrade, where he also serves as the coordinator of the Laboratory for Social Critique. He's also a lecturer in the sociology of culture at the Faculty of Music at the University of Arts in Belgrade. He earned his PhD in sociology from the Faculty of Philosophy at the University of Belgrade as well. And his latest monograph is entitled Neoliberal Culture of the Self. Yeah, and his title today will be Always Striving, Never Achieving, Doing Theory in the Balkans Between Nativism and Universality. Milan, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Andrea. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Great, okay. Thank you, Andrea. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you, Vanya, David, and everyone for organizing this symposium of ours. I think it is going on very well. We are connecting very well and speaking in a similar language in a way. So I'm glad to be able to share my ideas with you. So as I was considering what to talk about today, especially in the light of the new directions emerging in our laboratory at the Institute, I realized that I wanted to reflect on what it means to write and work with social theory in Serbia. In other words, what it means to produce knowledge in social sciences and humanities in the Balkans more generally. More specifically, I wanted to focus on the ideological structures that shape intellectual production in these disciplines in Serbia, on the conditions that allow such structures to emerge, and finally on the possibilities and potentials of social theory in Serbia to resist them. Therefore, the central question of my talk is how social theory in Serbia can become genuinely subversive, and what forms theoretical production here must assume if it is to avoid reproducing dominant ideological structures. If we want to answer this question, we must, of course, take into account the social and historical context of Serbia and the specific features that shape its structures of scientific and intellectual production. Although numerous political, economic, ideological factors influence this production, I will focus on those determinants through which intellectual work in Serbia is most clearly marked by the context in which it unfolds. In other words, as many of us know, when you come from a region such as the Balkans or Brazil, or any similar geopolitical semi-periphery or periphery, your access to abstract universality is implicitly denied in the eyes of scholars situated in the centers of the global capitalist system. Your theoretical production is continually read through the lens of the context from which it originates. A scholar from the Balkans is expected to speak about the Balkans, right? They are persistently labeled as a Balkan scholar, and everything they produce carries this signifier, like a mark or a scar that continually sets us apart from other scholars or theorists working on the same questions. We've all felt this way at one time or another. Therefore, to engage with theory in the Balkans is to continually be marked by the Balkans itself. The region functions like a historical or a cultural baggage that we can't easily shed. And broadly speaking, there are two main strategies to which the social sciences and humanities in Serbia attempt to cope with this burden. And I will return to these strategies later. But before, I would like to consider what this signifier, the Balkans, actually entails. How does the signifier, the Balkans, influence intellectual production in Serbia? Although there are many possible approaches to this question, I will begin from a psychoanalytic perspective. In Lacanian terms, the Balkans operates for us as a kind of a trauma, something that inscribes itself onto us and around which the symbolic production of our identities is organized, yet something that can never be fully articulated or integrated into a coherent discourse. The Balkans is like a signifier of our desire, the signifier of that which prevents us as subjects situated in the Balkans from ever being full or complete. It appears as an obstacle that must be continually overcome, or as a riddle that demands our resolution, precisely, among other things, through theoretical work. So if we turn to Lacanian psychoanalysis, as Lacan himself, of course, claims, desire is the desire of the other, which essentially means that every subject's desire is to be desired by the big other, to be in harmony with the symbolic order within which their identity is formed. The Balkans occupy a position that, at least since the early 20th century, has been cast as Europe's dark corner, a region within the European imaginary that could never fully align itself with the symbolic order shaped by European modernity. As such, the Balkans assume a distinctive place within this order, precisely as that which is never fully compatible with it. It becomes the site that falls outside of the rules of Europe's self-understanding, something that is simultaneously part of Europe and yet not in harmony with Europe's desire, a region which Europe includes geographically but doesn't truly recognize as its own. Therefore, at least since the early 20th century, as the prominent scholar Maria Todorova argues, a distinct discourse of Balkanism emerges in Europe, a mode of consciousness that positions the Balkans as Europe's dark corridor, something that is nominally part of Europe, yet in need of continual correction. In this discourse, the Balkans must be reshaped so as to conform to what Europe desires of it, to be made consistent with Europe's desire as its big other. Maria Todorova, in her work, examines how the discourse of Balkanism emerged, highlighting its distinctiveness from the discourse of Orientalism. Orientalism, as is well known, accompanied European colonial expansion and served to legitimize it. As Said argues, Orientalism constructed the Orient as Europe's constitutive other, a lens through which Europe developed both its self-awareness and a sense of its mission to civilize the mystical Orient. Todorova, by contrast, situates the emergence of Balkanism at the beginning of the 20th century, in the context of the Balkan conflicts during the dissolution of the Ottoman Empire and the European powers' desire to assert control over the region to secure trade routes to the Middle East. The discourse of Balkanism is thus tied to a specific geographical space and functions as a structure of knowledge that both legitimizes European projects in the region and provides a cognitive framework. It tells political and economic actors what must be done to integrate the Balkans into Europe, enabling the execution of these projects with minimal resistance. Yet Europe's encounter with the Balkans was never straightforward. Understanding or grasping the region proved more difficult than anticipated. Todorova, for example, frequently employs visual metaphors, shadows, darkness, obscurity, etc. To show that through Balkanism, Europe projected its own dark fantasies onto the region. The Balkans became, in a sense, Europe's unconscious, a space where the repressed elements of European self-understanding resided, provoking ambivalent reactions of both fascination and fear. The Lacanian scholar Alan Grosch-Ricard makes a comparable observation in his book, The Sultan's Court, which can be seen as a Lacanian counterpart to Said's Foucauldian Orientalism. Grosch-Ricard, or however you pronounce that name, I think Andrea knows that better than me, explores the phantasm that emerged in Europe from the 17th century onward during encounters with Middle Eastern empires, showing how Europeans constructed enduring fantasies of so-called Oriental despotism. He argues that these fantasies reveal as much about Europe as about the East. European inquiries into the Middle East forced Europeans to confront their own assumptions about the nature of power and politics. In other words, Europeans projected these fantasies onto the East precisely because when confronted with different social and political arrangements, they encountered aspects of political power that had long been suppressed in the very formation of the European modern political order. Todorova makes a similar point regarding the Balkans. Europe projects onto the region the repressed potentials of its own social and political order, violence, ethnic conflict, authoritarianism, etc. The discourse of Balkanism thus functions as a phantasm, a mechanism through which Europe avoids confronting its own repressed possibilities and contradictions, attributing them instead to the Balkans, a part of Europe that must be corrected. Although such phantasms have a long history, they were revived in a distinct way during the 90s in the context of Yugoslavia's disintegration and the wars that followed. The Slovenian philosopher Renata Selecer, for example, examines how the discourse of Balkanism re-emerged in the Western world during this period. She argues that journalists, scholars, and political figures and others approached events in the Balkans as anthropological observers, invoking narratives of deep-seated ethnic hatred, supposedly stretching far into the past, and claiming that these conflicts can only be understood by grasping the region's complex and ancient history. The irony is of course striking. These claims emerged at roughly the same time that the discourse of the end of history was gaining prominence. In this framing, the Balkans become trapped in their own history, while Europe assumes the role of rescuing it, pushing the region towards the post-historical era. Selecer argues that under such a perception, the Balkans become the victim of what Etienne Balibar called meta-racism. According to Balibar, in the post-Cold War period, Western powers moved away from biologically grounded notions of race and racism, instead justifying various forms of discrimination and domination through claims of cultural incompatibility. The idea that certain cultures are ill-suited to democratic political organization or to the liberal notions of individual freedom. This framework legitimizes domination and enforces a paternalistic relationship towards populations deemed culturally deficient. It is no coincidence that this form of discourse emerged in the construction of the Balkans during the 90s. At the time, military interethnic conflicts erupted in the Balkans, events long thought impossible in the post-World War II Europe. Simultaneously, the Western world was grappling with the publication of The End of History, which framed liberal democracy and capitalism as the inevitable culmination of historical development. Yet the conflicts in the Balkans reminded Europe of the latent repressed dimension of its own political order, much like the return of the repressed in psychoanalysis. These events revealed the undercurrents that the bipolar structure of the Cold War had previously contained, exposing the enduring possibilities of violence and disorder beneath the surface of the so-called end of history. The meta-racist construction of the Balkans functions precisely to repress this symptom. By framing the region through stereotypical and essentialist narratives, Europe seeks to manage and integrate the Balkans into its symbolic order, a process embodied institutionally in the European Union, while displacing its own anxieties about the fragility of the liberal post-Cold War political structures onto the region of the Balkans. Homi Bhabha highlights the integrative role of these racist stereotypes in the governance of colonized people. He argues that stereotypes constitute a specific form of knowledge that underpins what he terms, drawing on Foucault, colonial governmentality. According to Bhabha, a stereotype legitimizes a paternalistic mode of rule by creating a common sense framework through which the colonized population becomes knowable in an apparently self-evident way. That is, by producing representations that appear obviously true. The functioning of colonial institutions depends on fixing the colonized population within these representations. The population is seen permanently defined by a set of traits classified into a particular type from which it cannot escape. Of course, in Bhabha's analysis, this is tied to racial characteristics of the colonized peoples, so the difference between them and the colonizer is biologically determined and effectively written on the skin. However, in the case of the Balkans, matters become somewhat more complicated. Unlike colonized peoples outside of Europe, the position of the Balkans as Europe's dark corridor doesn't rely on the racial description of difference. Instead, in the European imaginary of the late 20th and the early 21st century, the Balkans is characterized as being stuck in its own history. Unlike colonized populations, following the logic of meta-racism, in the case of Balkans, the Balkan peoples, the difference is inscribed in institutions and culture. Since the late 19th, the Balkans has been portrayed as a backward part of the European continent, perpetually lagging behind, repeatedly stumbling over lingering ethnic and religious tensions, as well as authoritarianism that it supposedly cannot overcome. In this way, the Balkans is constructed as a kind of European baggage, a part of Europe that must be raised to the level of the rest and integrated into the continent's symbolic order. Yet I would argue that this construction is precisely a phantasm that Europe establishes in its imaginary. The Balkans become a paradoxical object of European desire. It must be integrated to complete Europe, yet at the same time it functions as a symptom, a site onto which Europe projects its own repressed desires and anxieties. A relatively recent example illustrates this dynamic: the conflict in Serbia over lithium mining. So since the late 2021, the protests have erupted in response to the Serbian government's reactivation of a contract with the British company Rio Tinto concerning the extraction of lithium ore in Western Serbia. The European Union supports this mining and actively collaborates with the Serbian government, refusing to condemn or sanction the project, largely because the Serbian Progressive Party, the party in power, has committed to carrying it out. This situation reveals an interesting contradiction. The EU has long promoted the idea of a green transition, yet geopolitical and economic pressures compel it to secure sources of lithium for electric batteries, primarily for German and, of course, others automotive companies, in order to remain competitive against American and Chinese markets. For the sake of economic survival, the EU is forced to act in a way that contradicts its ecological ideals, specifically by supporting lithium mining with severe environmental consequences. Here, the Balkans, and Serbia in particular, serves once again as Europe's dark corridor. It's unconscious, onto which repressed desires can be projected. Non-ecological mining occurs in the Balkans precisely because it doesn't threaten Europe's ecological self-image. The EU can collaborate with Serbia's authoritarian government when it suits its own interests, delegating the execution of environmentally destructive practices to a region that occupies an ambivalent position, a part of Europe yet not fully integrated into it. The discourse of Balkanism, which frames the region as a backward and in need of historical catching up, functions as a phantasm that masks these contradictions, protecting Europe's self-consciousness. Cooperation with authoritarian governments in the Balkans is thus justified by the claim that the Balkans are simply like that, a region not yet advanced to Europe's level, with no alternative means of supposedly democratic governance. The EU's contradictory actions are legitimated by the assumption that the Balkan populations, or Serbia specifically in this case, supposedly want to remain trapped in their own history. The discourse of Balkanism is thus characterized by a fixation and typification of the region as being stuck in a particular historical moment, allegedly due to the very desire of its populations not to advance to the level of the European symbolic order. Here, the constant talk of European values, which we in Serbia supposedly don't respect enough, is exemplary. But from the period of Yugoslavia's dissolution, this discourse becomes entrenched within the ex-Yugoslav space, as several authors have noted, shaping not only how these countries understand themselves, but also how they relate to one another. This produces what Milica Bakić-Hajden, a Serbian scholar, terms nesting Orientalisms. She observes that from the 90s and particularly after the 2000s, Orientalist-type hierarchies emerge among the countries of former Yugoslavia themselves. In the public discourse of numerous officials from these countries, it becomes clear that they rank themselves relative to one another in terms of proximity to Europe. Each country positions itself as part of Europe, while those to the east or south are labeled as the Balkans. In this way, the discourse of Balkanism begins to structure the Balkans from within. The European fantasy of the region becomes its lived reality. Balkanist discourse thus transforms into a structure of desire for the countries themselves. They start to perceive themselves as deficient and insufficiently European, and their alignment with the European symbolic order becomes an internalized aspiration. This internalization manifests in countries striving to present themselves as truly European, yet without genuine acknowledgement of their own Europeanness. The Balkans becomes a burden to be shed, a troubled past or a set of traits deemed incompatible with Europe, which must be discarded to align with the imagined European ideal. This dynamic is enacted through the internalization of Balkanist stereotypes, which come to overdetermine the organization and self-perception of countries of former Yugoslavia. The Slovenian sociologist and theorist Rastko Močnik examines this discourse in the context of Yugoslavia's breakup and the process of re-establishing capitalism in this region. He argues that the internalization of Balkanism is closely linked to establishing neoliberalism in these economies and their integration into the European Union. To the discourse of Balkanism, this integration is legitimized, justifying the often painful economic and political reforms. Balkanist stereotypes portray former Yugoslav countries as inherently defective, making the very concept of the Balkans something from which these countries seek to distance themselves. Consequently, in the public discourse, countries attempt to position themselves as part of Europe while designating others as the Balkans, the part from which they must separate not only to join Europe, but also to fulfill the idealized version of what they are purportedly meant to be. The Balkanist discourse is also internalized within individual countries, shaping cultural and political relations domestically. A concrete example is the now traditional division between the so-called First and Second Serbia, which emerged in the 90s and has persisted in various forms since then. This binary reflects efforts by the upper and middle classes, as well as intellectuals, to discredit segments of the population accused of keeping Serbia in a state of regression to their political choices, lifestyles, or even immutable characteristics. These citizens are cast as relics of the Balkans, obstacles that must be removed to shed Serbia's backwardness. In this way, the binary between the Balkans and Europe begins to overdetermine political relations and social organization in Serbia itself, reinforcing the internalization of Balkanist stereotypes at every level of society. Močnik argues that for this reason, the Balkanist discourse is a far more insidious and pervasive form of power than Orientalism. While Orientalism accompanies domination imposed through direct colonization, Balkanism operates as what he calls the immanent logic of self-constitution, itself generating an incapacity to conceive oneself outside the framework imposed by the dominating other. End quote. This brings us to the question of how to engage with theory, and more broadly, the social sciences and humanities in the Balkans and specifically in Serbia. Engagement with these disciplines in our region is to a significant extent overdetermined by the discourse of Balkanism and its polarizing binary oppositions. As a result, a binary tendency can be observed in much of intellectual production, not all of it, of course, shaping how scholars analyze Serbia's position, as well as the political and economic processes that have led to its current state. Two dominant currents can emerge across disciplines in explaining this. The first current largely appropriates the Balkanist discourse, framing Serbia's situation as the outcome of its backwardness relative to Europe. Europe is taken as a universal model to be emulated, and Serbia's political and economic problems are attributed to its failure to adopt this model adequately. This current is prevalent among authors in sociology, economics, and political science, who often invoke theories of incomplete modernization or unfinished transition. Such explanations suggest that Serbia remains stuck in a particular historical period, continuously marked by its own history, reflecting the European perspective of the Balkans. Some authors extend this analysis to the country's historical relationship with Enlightenment and democratic ideals, while others emphasize a supposed inherent authoritarianism, sometimes tracing Serbia's deficiencies as far back as the Ottoman occupation. The claim of the first current can be understood through what Homi Bhabha terms mimicry, a term developed from Frantz Fanon's work, Black Skin, White Masks. For Fanon, the black person exists in a state of non-being, unrecognized as a legitimate human being, and thus must imitate the white colonizer to gain symbolic recognition. Bhabha frames this as mimicry, which inscribes differences, he says, in two ways. First, between the colonizer and the colonized, and second, within the colonized subject, who adopts the colonizer's cultural markers, but remains a defective imitation. In Serbia, a modified form of mimicry is observable within the first current of intellectual production, combined with the ambivalence characteristic of Balkanist discourse. Serbia is seen as inherently marked by its Balkanist nature, rendering it defective relative to the European symbolic order. Yet this current holds that Serbia can become worthy of Europe's recognition if it eliminates Balkanist elements and undertakes a profound transformation of its own nature. Unlike the irreversibility of difference in colonial mimicry, the European symbolic order is posited as a model of post-historical universality to which Serbia can continuously aspire. In the context of the Balkans, this difference is constructed, of course, as a form of lagging behind, a perpetual striving for recognition and merit. The discourse of Balkanism overdetermines this current by imposing the phantasm of the Balkans as insufficiently worthy of integration into the European symbolic order, shaping the discourses that regulate intellectual productions of scholars in Serbia. While both currents cut across disciplines, of course, the second current is most commonly found in the work of historians, anthropologists, and studies of literature. This current is characterized by a nativist perspective of Serbia and the Balkans, which entails a complete rejection not only of Europe as a model to emulate, but of universality as such. Authors within this current emphasize the cultural specificity of the Balkans and Serbia, often highlighting their perceived incompatibility with values such as democracy, freedom of speech, and individual freedom. Interestingly, this current reverses the claim of the first. It fully embraces the Balkanist discourse, but in a different way. The historical and cultural specificity of the Balkans, rather than being treated as backwardness to be overcome, is seen as intrinsic to the region's nature, something to be acknowledged and often celebrated. In Lacanian terms, this can be understood as a form of what is called acting out. Lacan uses this concept to describe situations in which the analysand performs certain acts to elicit a reaction from the analyst as its symbolic big other, therefore seeking recognition for the signifier that is articulated. The analysand desires acknowledgement from the big other, which would legitimize their own desire and confirm their status as a subject. Similarly, in the second current of intellectual production in Serbia, the internalized phantasm of Balkanism is confronted differently. Instead of striving towards the European symbolic order, this discourse resists the European narrative of the Balkans, yet simultaneously provides a form of legitimacy to Europe by engaging with its imaginary. Inverting the figure of the Balkans as constructed in the Balkanist discourse becomes a form of acting out, a demand directed at the European big other for recognition and integration into its symbolic order. Through this strategy, the second current challenges the notion of the Balkans' perpetual lagging behind Europe, asserting the region's claim to legitimacy within the European order. Yet it also reflects the enduring influence of the Balkanist discourse. The desire for recognition and integration into the Europe's symbolic order remains, even if it is re-articulated in a resistant, self-affirming form. In this way, this current constitutes both a response to and a negotiation with Europe's imagination of the Balkans. Finally, I would like to turn to the subversive possibilities of engaging with theory in the Balkans, and I will conclude there. I will draw on Homi Bhabha's concept of hybridity to explore how engagement with these disciplines can challenge the domination exercised through the Balkanist discourse. So for Bhabha, mimicry represents, of course, one form of hybridity, but it ultimately reproduces domination. In contrast, other forms of hybridity can reveal contradictions within the identities of both the colonized and the colonizer. The key function of this type of hybridity is to expose a surplus of meaning in the discourses that construct these identities. By highlighting the contingency and arbitrariness of identity, hybridity demonstrates how identities can be combined, deconstructed, and recombined into new forms. In doing so, it undermines the stereotypical structure of knowledge that fix the colonized into rigid, unchangeable types, presenting their difference as immutable. In the context of the Balkans, engaging with theory offers the potential to articulate such a form of hybridity. Through critical reflection, it opens a space to construct identities and political forms that don't simply respond to the European phantasm of the Balkans, but instead rethink the Balkan existence on new foundations. This region can be understood as an exception to European universality, not as a deficiency, but as a site that reveals the contradiction inherent in that very universality. As the example of lithium extraction demonstrates, the Balkans occupy a position that allows Europe to project its own repressed contradictions onto the region. By theorizing economic, political, and cultural processes in the Balkans without accepting the phantasm of its eternal backwardness, we can observe how Europe's symbolic order externalizes its inconsistencies, while the region's processes reflect and expose these contradictions. By deconstructing the Balkanist discourse, we gain access to Europe's unconscious desire itself, a desire that both underpins and destabilizes its symbolic order. In this way, the Balkans emerge as what Baba calls the third space, a cultural space between the colonized and the colonizer in which hybrid forms emerge. The region occupies a liminal space between the West and the Orient, historically perceived as Europe's other, and in doing so exposes that the Orient was ideologically constructed. The Balkans that function as an exemption that prevents the totalization of European universality. They act as a dark stain, destabilizing Europe's symbolic order, revealing that its identity is built on exclusion and marginalization, but above all on a repressed unconscious desire, a desire for wholeness and universality that can underpin European domination. By occupying this marginal space, the Balkans expose the fragility of Europe's aspiration to universality and open the possibility for alternative arrangements of identity and power. Thank you.
Thank you, Milan. Perfect timing. It was 30 minutes sharp. And thank you for this geopolitical psychoanalytic take. I think it wraps up quite well our very interesting panel where we had a sociological point of view on the semi-periphery and the Eastern European post-social bloc. Then we had Gabriel with his take, his deconstructive, so to say, take on the populism and institucionalidad, and now you, Milan. So I just refreshed slightly your memory now about what we were speaking, so you can prepare your questions, and off we go. Please raise hands to those who want to pose question. There is Serjan. Serjan, please.
Thank you, Andrea. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. I love the fact that we had this great different takes on the same issue, and I would have so many questions, but I'm going to focus on one, or actually I'm going to try to put a pin on something which I find important, in the Gabriel's presentation, and this is this historical condition of where the concept of semi-periphery has actually emerged, and the intellectual tradition, and so to say, the epochal consciousness of that region at the time, in terms of central political questions as well as theoretical questions, which are kind of the birthplace of this concept, which later on Wittgenstein took on and built with this semi-peripheral addition to it. But this link with the dependency and this link with the, I would say also this tradition of the philosophy of liberation, which was much active at the
Now we have problem hearing you. You're all stuck there.
Where this concept can also be read. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, yes, we do.
Is it a problem with the network?
I think so.
Yeah, it's just, I wanted to pin this besides this basically economic dimension, this other dimension of basically development and this temporality of how things can evolve, and this kind of unfulfilled potentiality and why we cannot develop. I very much like that part in it. And my question is basically to Gabriel, is this somehow linked with this general Latin American notion of both when the project of philosophy of Latin America turned as well into this type of utopian thinking of emancipation. Is this somehow related in kind of conceptual terms?
You are muted, Andrea.
Sorry, thank you. Do you want to respond right away, Gabriel, or we gather some more questions? As you prefer. If you have your answer right now.
Maybe we can hear the other questions. And
Great, that works as well. Vanya, please.
Yeah, thank you, Andrea. Yeah, maybe my question also like complements Srdjan's questions, I believe. But I would first like to ask a question to Marian. I really like your model, Marian. It was a little bit challenging to follow, but I think I got a bit on this hybrid hegemony and the idea. I just wanted to, because later when Gabriel started talking, and it appears a word transition a lot in his talk. So, and I didn't hear you mentioning this transition in this complex domination, like domination through constant changes. Can we think that also in this light of transitional politics? Because that's, I think, in the center. In Brazil, everything is about transition. Brazil is still in transition to democracy. We are young democracy, Constitution 88. The whole crisis is considered as still in transition. And also, like, also this normative articulation of the social changes. Like, very briefly, I know we don't have time, but where do we fail always when we talk about this normative articulation? Is there something new to it to add to your model, or we are talking about the standard normative articulations that also Gabriel mentions? Finally, when you talk about the extreme heterogeneity of the social movements, like protests in Serbia, haven't we seen that also, for example, coming already from, and that's really like now the question also maybe for Gabriel, like, haven't we seen that also coming from the social movements, especially like feminism, etc., that Gabriel mentioned, that inspired from Latin America, they inspire the European, for example, Argentinian, Ni Una Más, it goes to Spain, like there are these lines, there are studies about that. And it really reminded me this heterogeneity that appears in the protests, like in the Butler's also theory of assembly, no? Just like a little bit on that, is that maybe a semi-periphery and periphery. And for Gabriel, really briefly, like connected to Mariam, populism on the periphery and semi-periphery. Do we have a difference there, like after your speeches? Like, just like, I think it's also what Srdjan a little bit asked, but my main preoccupation, Gabriel, with this is, like, when you talk about repoliticizing the courts. The other day I read the other week, it's been some time, there was a really nice article. The title already says everything. The Supreme Court of United States has finally found a president it likes. So we have this situation with the Supreme Court in United States, which really I see doesn't really fit with your idea of repoliticizing the courts. I don't know. I think it's a dangerous way with dealing with the courts in these questions of crisis. And finally, just for Milan, I really liked your speech. I think it adds a lot to yesterday's panel, like to these imaginaries, etc. I just wanted to ask, there are a lot of stuff I want to ask, but just very, very, very straightforward. Do you think that this kind of like theorizing about Balkans, the dark side, etc., everything that you gave us, that you presented us, would that be a semi-peripheral for you, or that's really particularly European semi-peripheral? Like, do we talk about, can we broaden that maybe, like in that sense? And just like, I just wanted to mention, there is a book, Don't Mourn, Balkanize. I don't know, have you heard about it? Which tries to, it's from Grubačić, whatever, anarchist, it tries to shift the whole idea of Balkanization into something light and positive. But just wanted to say, can we see that as semi-periphery Balkan in that sense, that you, especially at the end, that you put some potentiality in that. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, now we have Sarah who has raised her hand. So if you are okay, you can just pose your question and then we will let the speakers reply.
Okay, yeah. Hi, everybody. Thank you for your interesting presentations. I just wanted to ask, is Marian here? Because I don't see him at participants list, because I had some...
I'm
He's
here
here
on my
Critical
laptop. Yeah.
Critical.
Critical.
Okay, great. Okay, well, first, maybe I would ask something, Gabriel. It's very similar to this, what asked Vanya, and it's what I wanted to ask. If I understood well, if these both populist and institutionalist projects in Latin America are seen as something that is structurally entangled, that is each reproducing this underdevelopment in different ways. If you can just a little bit widen up, what does it mean to repoliticize institutionalidad, in a sense, without collapsing back in this hyper-presidentialism? What would it mean to materialize populism, but without reproducing its authoritarian tendencies? Or in other words, when you invoked Derrida's idea that we must learn to write with both hands, do you imagine this as a hybrid form of political articulation that maybe could transcend populism and institutionalism divide? Or it could be maybe something that transforms the very conditions of or under which this divide has been constructed. And also you mentioned Laclau, so just maybe a little bit, if you have time to say, would you say that this Latin American experience exposes limits within Laclau's own framework of mediation and antagonism? And just briefly, maybe I could ask Marian something that is more like on the ontological basis. Do you think that this genuinely counter-hegemonic project in the semi-periphery requires breaking, of course, with the hegemonic bloc, but also with the very form of collectivity that this hybrid hegemony renders possible, in a sense that there is a problem that our collective actors are too weak? Is this the main problem, or that the concept of the collective is also available in the semi-periphery that is already shaped by this logic of hybrid domination? I mean, what would the collective form look like that this hybrid hegemony cannot be mirrored, that cannot be preempted or simulated in advance? In a sense that does this resistance require maybe inventing some sort of new ontology of the political subject, or it's something that just how to say, that is not something that would not be legible within the grammar of hybrid hegemony at all? Thank you.
Okay, great and challenging questions. So my intuition would be to give the word to Gabriel first, because I have the impression that he had most of the questions. So if you are ready.
Yes. Do you hear me well? Question again, because my connection is not very good. I'm sorry for that. Thank you all very much for your questions. I'll start with Sergeant. Thank you, Sergeant, for your question. That's very important. It's very thoughtful as well. I think in a way I follow Francisco Valdez, which is someone who wrote a book about Latin American thought, and I agree with his idea that this question about development is some sort of beginning of something that we could recognize as a Latin American social thought. And why this question is very interesting, because moving forward I think you are absolutely correct. Moving forward, theories such as the theory of the theology of liberation, decolonialism, and even this institutional thinking, the creation of a solid perspective and a solid take on racism in Latin America, everything, every portion of this, those branches, those theories are connected with this question, I think. They're still trying to answer this question. And I think maybe this would be a nice point of convergence between all those peripheral and semi-peripheral traditions that we're talking about here. Somehow we're trying to answer this question: why not development? And this connects with something that I was asking the three of you yesterday. This other way of thinking about transformations that are not necessarily critical or had to do with critique, but this utopia of transforming that comes from this question, the question about underdevelopment. Moving forward to the questions of great questions by Vanya and Sara. Thank you all for those questions. These are big questions. I'll just give some of the some lines of thought here about those questions. So the first part is Vanya and I think Sara as well are afraid of some sort of repoliticization of the courts, and I think you're correct in your fear, let's say, but I'll answer this. First of all, the only tool in our toolbox that at least in Latin America that we have developed to counter this position would be what we call this idea that politics became a judicial matter, right? We call this judicialization. So this is the problem. I think this critique comes from a bad ontology, bad social ontology. And what kind of bad ontology is this? For me, law and politics are different, right? This point is important. Law and politics are different. But you need politics to construct law. And the difference between both takes are very important. When I'm calling for a repoliticization of the institutions, what I mean is that institutions are not only technical fields with technical knowledge, they also build upon different political intakes. So we have to construct a different kind of politics for different kind of institutions. And I think this is what is at the center of this idea that we have functional equivalence. Functional equivalence in the legal field for legislative representation. This has to do with the movements that the social movements are doing nowadays, especially the anti-racist movements, LGBTQ plus movement, feminist politics, etc. So this is what I mean. This is a short answer to this dilemma. I think we have to come to terms with the idea that you need politics to build law, but law and politics are different. So this would be the beginning of this answer. the last few questions that so just to finish the first question. So this is what I call, this would be the difference between law is politics, is what's going on, for example, in the Supreme Court in the US, and law needs politics is what social movements are doing, for instance, in Brazil, but also in Colombia, Ecuador, and Argentina as well, right? That means building those other institutions as ways of promoting representation. This would be my answer to this. I think the idea, Sara, of this hybridization is very interesting. I have to go a little more into that to answer your question more properly. I think you asked me a question about hyper-presidentialism as well. I agree with you on this matter. I think populism is always dangerous in this sense. This is why I'm trying to reconnect with this Latin American tradition, especially the perspective put forward by Di Tella and Octavio Giuliani, that sometimes a left-wing politics has to agree with populism, some sort of partial contract has to be done with populists, but always remaining skeptical of the later results. So some kind of alliance, tactical alliance, may be important in certain conditions. So we cannot rule out populism just as something that is in itself bad for politics. I don't know if this answered your question, but I think it's this idea of tactic alliance in certain moments, but always keeping the eye on something different, right? And your last question for me is very important, the question about Laclau. I think Laclau, in a way, overgeneralizes the Argentinian populism. And I think this has a price. And the price is this idea that you can somehow discursively construct this, construct populism, identifying a common core of this 99%, right? And this is very, very present today in the debate about populism. I think there's a sort of chiasm in the populist studies, because normally people who study populism are anti-populists. And this field that gathers people who study anti-populism is constructed with people that like populism. If you see, for instance, Stavrakakis, the Greek, this very important Greek thinker that has this website about anti-populism, he would agree with Laclau that populism is some sort of structural. It's the structure behind politics, no matter where, no matter when. Since Athens, politics is made with the 99% against the 1%. This, for me, is problematic, right? This is where I think we should go back to history, go back to this genetic portion of so the genesis of the concept in some sort of phenomenological way, and gather those pieces of information that can help us bring back bring back some materiality to this whole discursive Laclauerian perspective on populism and anti-populism. Sorry, I spoke too much.
Oh, that's
Andrea,
perfect.
can I maybe answer, since I have one question? I'll have to leave soon.
Of course.
Okay, so Vanya had a question for me about the view from the Balkans. Is it the view from the semi-periphery? Is it are those things synonymous or specific to the Balkans? I think, like in a lot of literature, the Balkans isn't theorized as a form of semi-periphery, but theorized as actually a periphery of Europe. But it's a different thing from the capitalist periphery in like the world systems theory. So it's not the same thing. And I think that in that sense, definitely like the view from the Balkans is very synonymous with the view from the semi-periphery if we look at structurally the similarities to like Latin America, for example, which we have now which we see now that those two like places have these very kind of interesting similarities. So they're not the third world, they're not the you know the periphery of the capitalist system in that sense. They weren't considered that in the past, but there's something there is this like position of being in between, of being in this like blind space between two consolidated poles. And I think that's something that is specific for the view from the semi-periphery. But I think that if we look just Europe and its relation to the Balkans, then Europe isn't this. I mean, Europe isn't constructed in that way that it has maybe a core semi-periphery and periphery, but it has this like Balkans is this. It's very a specific part of it which is like always problematic for Europe. So it's always filled with these unruly populations, people who are neither here nor there, between the Orient and Europe, etc. And I think that's what's specific for the Balkans in relation to Europe, not in relation to the, like if we use whatever like world systems theory, that's not what is specific. It is a specific relation between Europe and the Balkans is what is specific for the Balkans. And I think that's where Balkans is actually peripherized by Europe in relation to it, not in a world system conception. That's it.
Thank you, Miran. Okay, shall we hear Marian now, and then we will see how we are standing time-wise. Yeah, Marian, if you can respond to your questions now, and then we will decide what we do.
Right. So the first question about transition, and yes, that's right. It didn't figure in my talk, and it should have, because it's important. I kind of took for granted that this is something self-understandable. That you know, when I spoke about the structural instability of post-socialism in terms of, you know, high expectations versus low results in terms of socioeconomic transformation, I referred exactly to transition and, you know, transition as an ideology, of course, an ideology of constantly postponed change, a change that never comes in the end. And of course, the problem with and then there are differences between post-socialist transition and, I would say, Latin American transition. There's a slightly different meaning of the term. In Latin America, the stress is on the political transformation, democratization, you know, transitional justice and so on, whereas here it's more about socioeconomic transformation. But if we focus on the post-socialist transition, one reason why the hegemonic bloc since the early 1990s has been weak is precisely because of this discrepancy between very high expectations, which are generated by the discourse of transition, and the impossibility of satisfying them under the conditions of primary accumulation. So there is this transition as a discourse is one key factor for the weakness of the hegemonic bloc, but also a key basis upon which this adaptation of post-Fordist hegemony works, because it takes what Vučić did basically was to say, I am the one who is going to execute transition for real now. So far, we have only had words, and no action. What you need is a strong figure who will take the painful steps to then really realize the high expectations. That was the basis of his legitimation narrative. So that's how transition figures, of course, in the whole story. Now, normative articulation, I would say, and this question is very tightly connected to the second question, heterogeneity, and to Sarah's question on the political ontology of counter-hegemony. So I'll try to basically interweave these three questions in my answer. So I would say what is specific about the kind of counter-hegemonic struggle that I try to present both as an ideal toward which we should strive, as something that already can be observed in an embryonic form in empirical phenomena such as the current Serbian movement, is that normative articulation should happen in an inductive way through the mutual engagement of these different constitutive elements of what I called the ephemeral collective. So that means, first of all, that this process takes time, and it's highly vulnerable to various kinds of domination that can intervene to obstruct normative articulation. And of course, the most important form of domination is what I tried to formulate as the creation of distrust between these constitutive components of the collective, like we are seeing everywhere. We are seeing it in the Serbian movement, the creation of distrust between the nationalist elements and the leftist elements and the liberal elements and so on. But the idea is that first of all, normative articulation happens like that. It happens in a processual way and a horizontal way. And, engaged actors who have some competencies should be there to prevent the domination from, being successful, rather than imposing any kind of authoritarian view of what this articulation should be like. But then the more important part is that this ideal, of struggle should see normative articulation as something that is never really complete. And that's the point. That's why I call it reflexive or second order counter-hegemony, meaning we know that the task of emancipation is never complete, and that what we need to internalize is this kind of readiness for constant self-critique and self-transformation as a struggling collective. That's the only way that we can respond to the challenge coming from within the hegemonic bloc, the post-Fordist hegemonic bloc, which is based on, as I said, the idea of constant change. So the legitimation narrative is that the system itself is open towards change and transformation, which is in fact not real change. And then the way that the counter-hegemonic struggle is criticized is that it is basically aiming towards closing the space for change. That's the narrative. The narrative is, the system is more advanced than its criticisms. That's the post-Fordist hegemony. So what we need to do is show that in our own normative articulation of social change, we are actually one step ahead of the hegemonic bloc. And we can only do that by showing that the normative articulation is something that never ends. That's something that I try to pin down through the term counter institution, which is something we were thinking collectively at the institute as well. What's a counter institution? That's an institution that doesn't stabilize and reduce complexity. It's an institution that increases complexity and destabilizes, So it's a paradox, but that's what we need to aim for. And that's also tightly connected to the question of heterogeneity. Yes, of course. I mean, there are quite some similarities between what I presented and these ideals that come out of Latin America that you mentioned. But there is this one difference, and I would say that's the radical heterogeneity in the case of this second order counter-hegemonic struggle means that some elements in it, in the collective, will be totally incompatible, as I try to argue. So I would say that in these other models, you need some kind of least common denominator as a starting point. Whereas in the ephemeral collectives, you can really have radically divergent. So in Tahrir Square, like that's one example that I often rely on, you would have, radical Islamists and leftists side by side. And these people were really, they were puzzled by their capacity to cooperate. They themselves couldn't explain how this was possible for them to cooperate because there's really no common ground. But they still cooperated, and they were really ready to die for each other in certain moments of high intensity. So that's what I mean by radical heterogeneity. And then, of course, the political ontology, the new ontology, Sarah's question, I think I already partially answered it with this argument about non-closure and counter-institution as an ideal that this kind of counter-hegemonic struggle should strive for. So yes, the main difference between the kind of hybridity that exists within the hegemonic order and the kind of hybridity that the counter-hegemonic struggle should foster is that in the first case, as I said, this weak sense of this weak sense of unity that is produced within hybrid hegemony rests on the premise that there is a strong authoritarian actor who serves as the guarantee of unity and who is supposed to deliver the very much expected social change. So this is the populist leader, of course, or it can be some kind of collective actor, but there is a strong vertical dimension at play there, which stabilizes the bloc. Whereas in the counter-hegemonic struggle, the heterogeneity is something that is held together through horizontal acts of mutual engagement, through this existential trust and therapeutic trust that I mentioned, and also through this collective reflexivity about the necessity of preventing rigidification, total homogenization, and closure. So that is the ontological difference between the hegemonic bloc and the counter-hegemonic struggle, I would say. That's all.
Thank you, Marian, very much. Yes, so we are I think slowly coming to the end. If somebody has one question, feel free to ask it quickly, and if not, I will abuse rapidly of my role of moderator and ask Gabriel something. But if there is someone else, no? Okay, I will try to be very quick. Just I need to seize this opportunity because I don't know if we will have soon another occasion to speak about this, and it's fresh in my memory now. Firstly, I want to thank you because you revealed to me why I always had this problem with this word semi-periphery. Something was wrong. And now I understood what was wrong. Actually, mixing Latin and Greek prefixes is always gives some ugly words. So yeah, that is just a preamble. But I really liked towards the end of your talk. I really like these 4 points: recenter development, 1; repoliticize institutionality, 2; materialize populism, and embrace transition. The second and the third, I like them very much. Towards the first and the last, either I understand them less. Maybe it's a question of context or something else. But yeah, I would like to hear your clarification. Actually, Marian was using in his answer now. He repeated the word and the concept of counter institution many times. So for the points 2 and 3, to repoliticize institutionality and to materialize populism, would something like a counter institution could be, let's say, a form that could embody these 2 points? And about recentering development, I'm not sure why I'm suspicious of the whole idea of development in general, but I repeat, just it's probably a contextual thing. You will explain me that now. And embracing transition, I don't know. Something is, to me, seems like it is some kind of reformulation of some concepts that couldn't be easily reformulated in the, let's say, in some kind of a emancipatory or radical, let's say, change to the purposes of some radical change. So can you just give me some, like, give me some more context? And yes, this counter institution with materializing populism and repoliticizing institutionality. If it was chaotic, I'm sorry.
No. Thank you very much,
Sorry.
Andrea.
Sorry, Andrea.
Sorry. Yes.
Add a very short. It's just like super
Yes,
short. Now,
please.
when you said that, it's just like when you talk about this development, Gabriel, like, and this is also Marian, what he talked, how can we avoid to be part of this, what Marian called complex domination, taking like these constant changes? Because I don't see how development can escape this strategy of offering constant changes, constant changing as a part of this domination. Just that.
Okay. So to your first point, Andrea, yes, I think counter institution is perfectly grasps what I'm talking about here. I think most of what I said presupposes some sort of counter institution in the way that you guys presented, and this whole debate on the you mentioned it yesterday, right? This idea of the counter that is it's central to this formulation, and I think it's also central to the 4th point, the transitional point. I agree with you all on the idea that there's something ideological about our current state of affairs of always postponing true transformation. But I still think that transition is a very important word to capture this idea, the very idea of counter institution that you guys presented, of this impossible saturation of the political field, right? And this, I think, this is the most important thing in transition and transitional justice, That even even people like Ruti Teitel, for instance, who wrote the book on transitional justice, couldn't grasp, right? This idea that we'll never finish it. But this doesn't mean that we won't have transformations. So this is the first point. The idea of development. I think we have maybe here is development transition. Maybe this is a suggestion, right? Maybe are the two main topics that we should talk about. The conversation between Brazil's semi-periphery and Serbia's semi-periphery should maybe focus on that. Because I think we have from two different historical paths that condition us to view those two things in opposite forms. Let me try to, maybe this makes sense for you, maybe not. I think in terms of Brazilian transition, the Brazilian transition is the transition against dictatorship. It's against right-wing politics. It's against some reactionary perspective of the political life. So this is why, in my opinion, left-wing, the political left has constituted itself as some sort of guardian of institutionality. Because those are the institutions that we created when we won. You see, this is the problem. And then they became also neoliberal. They were infected by some sort of neoliberalism. If we maybe Davi could comment a little more on this, because he's the specialist, but also Vanya and Mari. Brazil's constitution, the original constitution before the reforms, this constitution was much more left-wing than the one that we got today. This for me is an important point. And the right-wing and reactionary populism in Brazil is anti-institutional in this sense. It has to destroy these institutions. You see? This is why, for me, we live in a sort of transition, because this, although we have transition from authoritarianism to democracy, the talk is still today about this transition, the legacy of this transition. And I think this is maybe the thing that we should talk about in the years to come, because we won't finish this conversation today, right? I hope so. So
Very
this would be my answer to you.
It shows just how many, I think, similarities we have, like between our two countries or our two regions, really politically speaking, and
yes,
yeah, there is much of the overlap. It's very telling. I think we can wrap up now if you're okay with that, because we will continue in a bit less than 1 hour and a half. So that means 5 in Belgrade, and what time would it be at your place?
1 o'clock. 1 o'clock here.
1 o'clock for you. Okay, 5 for us. Thank you for
Andrea.
Yes, please, David.
Yeah, for the next panel, the Zoom link is the same, okay?
Okay, great. Noted. Yes, so see you in a bit less than 1 hour and a half, and thank you very much to all the panelists. That was some really, really great interventions. I enjoyed it very much. And yeah, let's have a break and then we continue. Okay?
Okay.
Bye.
See you.
See you soon.
Yeah?
Okay, okay, Vanya.
Okay. Okay, so hello everyone. Good afternoon. Now, good afternoon to everyone. We are back with the last panel of our event here, symposium, or however we want to call it. Is the third panel, second of the day, and the second part of the conversation about other critical tradition praxis of theorizing, right? In this panel, we are gonna have 4 participants, and we are gonna begin presenting in the order of presentations as it's in the program. The first one is going to be Mariana Pimentel-Fischer, professor of philosophy and legal theory at the Federal University of Pernambuco in Recife, Brazil. She holds a PhD in philosophy and theory of law from the same university. She completed a postdoctoral fellowship in philosophy at the University of Sao Paulo and participated in an academic partnership between the Center for the Study of Violence at Sao Paulo University and the Frankfurt Institute for Social Research. She currently coordinates the Center for Ethics, Political Philosophy and Law at University of Pernambuco, and she will be presenting a talk around the title Neoliberalism and Extremism in Brazil Today, Beyond Foucault. So, Mariana, you have a floor.
Thank you so much, Vanya. I'm so happy to be here. I think you did a fantastic job organizing the seminar since the beginning, and also the way you organize the panels is helping us to really grasp what we have in common. So for that and for everything, I'm very excited about where we can go from here. My talk is still a work in progress. It will not be as conclusive as I wanted, but it might be enough to present my research, and I think it might be a bit provocative. My initial title was a bit generic, and I would change a little bit. I would like to call my talk Neoliberalism and Extremism in Brazilian favelas today, Beyond Foucault. I would add the word favelas. In the seminar, we talk about the insufficiency of a canonical critical theory from the center. We also talked about categories that cannot be completely grasp what has happened on semi-periphery, in periphery or semi-periphery. And I think we are discussing about the possibility of constructing another kind of criticism, if we still want use the word criticism. I tend to concur with what has been discussed in the first panel. I think there was a critique about an abstract universalism, but the speakers, they did not want to abandon universalism. They were talking about other universalism, and that's the way I want to go. I'm not sure if I will be able to say everything I want about it, but I'll say a little bit about it. Well, I would also consider that it is important to recall that the history of critical theory involves a preoccupation with elaborating a diagnosis concerning hegemonic and counter-hegemonic tendencies that characterize a historical moment. This practice of diagnosis entails a tension between what might be structure and what's more empirical. In my talk, I will highlight some central characteristics of the far-right extremism in Brazil. And in order to achieve this, I will seek to establish a tension between a Foucaultian tradition and empirical studies, particularly those originating from Brazilian critical criminology. This tension I want to construct might help us to grasp the limitation of Foucaultian categories, and possibly will lead us to some sort of reformulation. I don't want to abandon those categories, and I will explain why, but I think they need some sort of reformulation. It might be a way of testing the canonical critical theory against empirical problems and then reformulating, or maybe leaving something behind. And I will also emphasize one aspect of the new extremism in Brazil. I will talk about state violence, specifically the actions of a little police in Brazilian peripheries, in the favelas. And I will play with the words here. Brazilian favelas are the periphery of the periphery, as opposed to the center of periphery. The place that elites and Brazilian middle class lives. I think it's kind of important to do that because Brazil is a very large and it's a very unequal country. So it's something I think will be useful. Well, we'll start talking about Brazilian far right. Summarize the current situation. Bolsonaro, our ex-president, has been arrested, but Bolsonarism as a far-right political stream still persists as a strong political force. Most of Brazilian political science, they attempt to understand the Brazilian far-right using empirical categories. They say that this steam, in that steam we can find those that are neoliberals. These neoliberals, they advocate for a minimal state. There are conservatives. They want to maintain the same status quo. And there are those they call reactionaries, who wish to go back to an imagined past that never truly exists. This line of thinking makes the alliance between neoliberalism, religion, and authoritarianism and state violence. This alliance might seem like an historical accident. In the Brazilian parliament, we can observe the coalition among Partido Novo, which those would be economical neoliberals. They advocate for free market. In the same parliament, we also have the Bible bloc, those who defend strong religion beliefs. And there are also what we call the bullet bloc. Those defend the liberalization of firearms, and they are associated with weapons industry, police force, and urban militias. Those three blocs, they are in a constant coalition. And this coalition for that political science, those political science who look to the problem in an empirical manner, this coalition would be nothing more than an historical accident. And that's why I would insist we need call here Foucault and Foucaultian thinkers like Wendy Brown. They will help us to understand this connection. Well, if we take Foucault's idea, we will realize that neoliberalism is not minimal state. Rather, it is one, a rationality, two, one rationality that fabricates a specific type of subject, self-entrepreneurs. And one rationality that comes from economics, and it wants to expand. It aims to encompass all domains of life, including politics, law, family, and so on. Not a minimal state, it is instead a logic that instrumentalizes the state to achieve its ends, producing competition and producing competitive subjects. Well, it becomes so evident when Donald Trump says that the president must operate like a successful CEO. Far from Adam Smith's naturalism, for neoliberals from Freiburg and Chicago, it is necessary to produce competition, to produce with some techniques and subject that is able to compete, a state that competes, states that competes with one another. But not only that. If we look back to the early writings of neoliberals from Freiburg and Chicago, we will see that they referred to the safeguarding of morality and cultural values as something that would help to produce competition. Friedrich von Hayek said that there is a protected social sphere that's like protecting family, and family understood can be understood here as property, would increase competition. At this point, it's also important to remember that neoliberalism did not, the practices of neoliberalism in politics did not start with Thatcher and Reagan. Rather, it starts with Pinochet, an authoritarian governor in Chile, Pinochet and their Chicago boys. So authoritarianism, violence, the protection of family, Christianity, it was everything we can trace that back from the beginning of the ideas of in the neoliberalism, the neoliberal thought. So the extremist version we see today, it is not an historical accident. It's a potential of neoliberal rationality. We cannot detach neoliberals and authoritarian extremists. We cannot say, well, let's just eliminate those extremists from the political arena and go back to be nicely governed by the market. It will not happen like that without any risks of return of authoritarianism. That's the first thing I wanted to say. My second point is that in order to understand Brazil, we have to move forward We have to take another step. If you look specifically at the periphery of the periphery, the favelas, and the violence and the brutality of the neoliberalism, that the truth of the neoliberalism, it appears in the periphery of the periphery. I have already mentioned the bullet block composed of parliamentarians associated with arms industry, police force, and urban militia. And to see what they are connected to, we have to bring forth another Foucaultian, but a different kind of Foucaultian, Achille Mbembis, and the concept of necropolitics. I will address that, but first I will talk about what recently happened at Rio de Janeiro. Vanya talked a bit about that. I will go forward. It was a police raid in Rio's favela that happened in October 28. The objective of the raid was to attack the criminal organization associated with drug traffic called Comando Vermelho. It resulted in 122 deaths and 122 corpses, including 5 police officers. The suspects were pushed by the police to the woods and exterminated. Cláudio Castro, the governor, considered the operation a success. According to an opinion poll, 64% of Rio's population approved the action. Before the police raid, Cláudio Castro was one of the most unpopular governors. After, his approval rose 10%. Police operations of this nature have been systematically carried out in Rio de Janeiro for at least 30 years. They are fundamentally linked to a multi-actor dynamic, a state government that uses little police force in a war on drugs, and at the same time, a territorial dispute between drug traffickers and urban militias. Sociologists within Brazilian critical criminology have demonstrated that operations of this nature do not result in weakening criminal activity. They constitute an isolated punitive expeditions that fails to address the political, social, and economic roots of violence. They do not reduce violence. It's proved. But critical criminologists call this electoral political aspect of deadly action that also attack human rights. Human rights defenders would be criminal defenders for Cláudio Castro, the governor, and the far right. They call this kind of political aspect of the deadly action populist punitivism. This represents an aspect of Brazilian for far-right extremists. It's as if the governor is telling the public, I'm not inert. I do things. I will take action. I will kill. And it works. Sadly, it works. It catastrophically works, I would say. Well, Mbembe examines colonial violence and the methods initially reserved to savage by so-called civilized people. He demonstrates how, with time, the difference between the external enemy and the internal enemy increasingly dissolves. Life is subject to the power of death. So Foucaultian concept of biopolitics would not be enough when you take the history of colonialism we look into the history of colonialism. The methods associated with death, torture, and disappearance employed by France during the colonization of Algeria were subsequently imported by Brazil's military dictatorship in the 60s, 70s. This practice, alongside the lethal routines, continue to be today part of Brazilian police practices. So when you look at the favelas, Mbembe's assertion regarding right to kill makes sense. I would insist it's not about protecting life, but about producing death through a disseminate micropowers. In Rio de Janeiro, there are the police, the militias, the drug traffic. Mbembe speaks of a collapse of institution. In Brazil, however, criminologists talk about the penetration of institutions by the power of militiamen and drug traffickers. Medical institutes, for instance, they produce constantly documents that mask extermination. Documents that states that this death occurred during a conflict. But when you examine the body, you see that there's a bullet wound in the forehead. And it seems like that the person was in their knees when shot. And the documents say it was in a conflict. It masks the extermination. Well, necropolitics has a history in Brazil that traces back to the dungeons of the military dictatorship. This history generated institutions that there are, and I will insist on that point right now, institutions that are to a certain degree stable. That institution is a institutional apparatus that is that there are routines of death. They maintain this stability by securing and managing the lives of Brazilian elite and middle class. They are securing the life of the center of the periphery, elites, Brazilian elites, while simultaneously producing death for those in the periphery of the periphery, in the favelas. So what Foucault says about biopolitics and governmentability might work to the center of periphery, to the elites and to the middle class in Brazil. But to the favelas, things are different. But there are also routines for the favela. There are patterns, routines of death. The extermination is not a failure of the system. Rather, it is an element of the apparatus that governs death in its details, with patterns of reductions of police inquiries, elaboration of documents, forms of silencing, necroscopic reports, bureaucratic routines that organize, govern death. And I would like to introduce here a concept presented by a Brazilian philosopher, Fábio Franco, the idea of a necrogovernmentality. they are associated to those routines. But beyond macro governmentality, there's also a spectacle, the theatrical part, the social media part that have electoral political ends. And in that way, right-wing extremists, they expose the deaths as necessary elimination of criminals. And they use that to attack human rights. The human rights defenders are those who protect criminals. So I'm not sure if exposing the bodies were killed, they can be a way to really criticize what happened in Rio de Janeiro. I'm not sure if you can transform that in criticism. It might be like trophies for extremists, for Claudio Castro. I'm not sure, because the population exposed the bodies like trying to protest against what happened in Rio. I'd like to talk a little bit more about human rights. Well, I would insist in maintain some skepticism towards the European model of human rights, as institutional abstract promises in a Habermasian fashion. I would not like to go this way. I would think more, and I would quote Vanya here. I think it would be a better idea to think about human rights from bottom up, from practices. And I would take here an example. A mother whose son was executed in Rio de Janeiro, executed by the police, she stated in social media, "I wanted my son alive so he could be arrested." And she was immediately attacked by far-right extremists who said that human rights are used to defend criminals and so on. But I would like to ask, what human rights become in the voice of this mother, or how we could think about it? How could you think about it like in this sort of practices? So could we think about human rights as politics centered in the idea that people who should be eliminated, they are striving for survival? I think it would be a basic idea that we could use. People who do not want to die. And I'm willing here to come close to use something like in a Marcusian fashion, about life, about a drive associated with life, not a death drive. I'm more used to a death drive, but when you talk about survival, we could talk about a drive for life. So I'm just about to finish here. At this point, I could associate with my colleagues from critical criminology are doing here in Brazil with a project that Judith Butler presents since at least after September 11. She has been talking about the suspensions of rights for a part of population, a terrorist. And how could we think about a non-anthropocentric view of human rights? It's the idea of a human rights bottom up. What would happen if those people that's supposed to die, they do not die, and they are supposed to be invisible, and they insist to appear? Is it a way to dismantle the project of the far right? Would that be a way around this path? I would insist that what Butler is doing here, she positions herself against Foucaultian authors like Giorgio Agamben. For Agamben, bare life, it's the end of capacity for resistance or association. For Butler, insisting on surviving means something politically. So I would go from there, and I would insist that maybe my friends from critical criminology, they are perfectly right when they connected to smart advocates that tries to bring international groups to look what's happened at Rio, and to find in any way then they can a kind of an institutional support to guarantee the life of those people. We know that institutions are not enough if you want a radical change, but sometimes they can be what we can get if you have to guarantee the survival of those people. And there try to in a way to dialogue with what Gabriel said about institution, but I don't think we can start and end with institution. We have to do something more than what institutions can bear, because we have to think of and I would walk with Butler here. We have to think about a more radical change, and I'm not sure that institutions would be enough for that, but we cannot abandon institutions also. Well, I'm sorry if it wasn't so organized as I wanted, but I hope I could say enough for today. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you, Mari. Thank you, Mariana. It was trying to connect with the other speeches, so that's really nice. We are in the last panel, so we already have accumulated some arguments here. So let's move on to the second presentation by a colleague from the Institute for Philosophy and Social Theory, Sara Dragicic, who is a philosopher and researcher whose work focuses on political economy, neoliberal rationality, and contemporary forms of subjectification. She examines the parallel development of different neoliberal traditions, Freiburg ordoliberalism, the Chicago School, and the Austrian School, with particular attention to their political anthropologies and epistemological foundations. Her research interests include social ontology, philosophy of law, and the genealogy of liberal governmentality. She is executive editor of Corinne Journal for Architecture and Philosophy, completed her doctoral studies in the University of Rome, La Sapienza, and is currently preparing a monograph on Italian theory and neoliberal political ontology. Yeah, that was quite complete presentation. Sara's title is Peripheral Rationality, Forms of Subjectification Between Law and Governability. So Sara, you have your 30 minutes. You need to open your microphone. You're muted.
I forgot it, sorry.
Yeah, no.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you everyone for being here, and especially you, Vanya, for organizing everything. And I have to thank Andrea for letting me being part of this group. More importantly, it is how to say, it is important to allow us to think about this together, in a sense that it's a sort of question that concerns not only, of course, geography or political economy, but the very conditions of the thought today, I would say. And before I enter my main argument, let me just say that what I wanted to propose today is that semi-periphery is not only geopolitical condition, but sort of epistemic position, that this position produces distinctive form of rationality, which is neither derivative nor deficient. And I should also say that the argument will be maybe at the moment conceptually dense, but I hope it will remain fully intelligible, even if we approach the topic maybe from different disciplinary or theoretical perspectives. I know that I invoke peripheral rationality as a term a little bit playfully to mark a space of thinking that escapes both the hierarchy that is implied by the term and also the epistemic comfort of its alternative. When we speak about semi-periphery, we often do so through patterns of dependency, through institutional stability, developmental metrics. But what interests me is something else. What happens when we approach it not as an economic or geopolitical zone, but as an epistemic position, in a sense that it is a vantage point from which thought acquires a particular tension, a fracture, also some heightened sensibility that cannot be reduced to just to imitation or deficit. This shift matters because the semi-periphery is a space that constantly encounters the universal. We always speak about legal models, global norms, theoretical paradigm, but rarely it encounters them in their canonical stable form. So what appears self-evident in metropolitan centers appears here as translated, fragmented, precariously adapted, it's partial. And I think this is the birthplace of what I would call peripheral rationality, in a sense, not a weakened rationality, but a form of reasoning shaped in a context where no intuition is fully stable, no knowledge is fully authoritative, and no norm is fully internalized. In what sense? It's not a deficit model of rationality. On the contrary, it's a form of epistemic access. It's not a deficiency. It's a rationality that is formed not through stability, but through exposure. If we think about a subject who thinks from such a position that inhabits shifting ground, legal codes are seen as imported and they are selectively applied. Institutions operate under regimes of permanent temporariness. Governance is very often shaped by external pressures, fiscal constraints, bureaucratic improvisations, and knowledge is often validated according to criteria that is developed elsewhere. So in that sense, we could say generally that semi-periphery produces a specific mode of subjectivation, that the subject who must constantly negotiate between legal framework that are only partially theirs and governmental regimes that shape them without providing stable avenues for resistance. So it is a subject whose rationality must rely more on interpretation, improvisation, and situational judgment than on application of stable norms. So I'm not trying to present some sort of general theory of semi-peripheral culture. It's not, nor reproducing some post-colonial diagnosis. What interests me the most, it's the structure of this rationality that is and can be produced in this zone of incomplete sovereignty. Let me transition to the first analytic axis that is connected to law and what it becomes in contexts of incomplete sovereignty. If you think about classical legal theories that assume predictability, neutrality, and also internal coherence, in semi-peripheral histories and even more in contemporary institutional landscapes, okay, it's obvious that it's not a stable horizon. It is constantly displaced by we could say political shifts, external interventions, international financial institutions, EU conditionalities, crisis, etc. So it rarely acts the law as unified system. It acts selectively, and thus does not imply necessarily chaos. It implies non-sovereignty. What Agamben famously argued that modern law is never sealed, that the boundary between norm and exception always somehow leaks. But what Agamben diagnoses as a structural tendency becomes, maybe we could say in semi-periphery, a permanent condition, the exception that is not an event but an ambient fact. We could maybe speak here about some, I don't know, very short empirical examples. For example, Western Balkans tax administration, I don't know, citizens that are routinely relying on interpretation by clerks. The law says one thing, its actual application depends on bureaucratic discretion. Which exceptions apply here, only the clerks know in some way. So rationality in this sense becomes some sort of anticipatory, situational. If you think about healthcare system in post-socialist infrastructure collapse, I mean, the subject that learns to navigate rights as probabilities, more as probabilities than as guarantees. But these examples are not just some sort of local color. They reveal something theoretical, or at least I think so. They can learn that normativity is never poor, in a sense that law is always both system and improvisation, that this produces a form of reasoning that is fundamentally strategic, reflexive, but also interpretative. So from one hand, it does not assume stable legality, it does not trust neutrality, and it reads law as a relational order, which is very important, that it is not some closed system. So this argument is not a claim that semi-peripheral societies are less legal or less rational. It is a claim that they make visible what is obscured in some of stable legal regimes. So it's not a culturalist diagnosis. This reflexive relationship to law reveals something crucial for critical theory, that in semi-peripheries we can expose the fiction of juridical coherence on which very often Western modernity rests. And we can also see how the subject is formed, not as the liberal barrier of rights, but as an interpreter of unstable normativity, or at least a part he is in this sense. The second axis concerns governability or biopolitical rationality. So, of course, that here is that I will take Foucault, for example, but you know that Foucault studied states that really had strong bureaucracies, like France, Prussia, liberal welfare states. But what happens when biopolitical techniques are imported into the contexts that lack this infrastructural stability that is required for their operation? So this question opens the door to authors that maybe are not usually integrated into biopolitical conversation, but who are essential and could be essential for semi-peripheral contexts. Like Javier Ollero, Anne Stoller, Didier Fassin, James Scott, Iva Ong, Deborah Poole, because their work help us see that governability on the semi-periphery is not systematic optimization, but it could be seen as improvised control, as fragmented visibility, as a sort of administrative opacity and punctuated management. But why is this important? What is empirical anchor, if we may say? Just one example. In many post-socialist countries, public administration deploys what can be seen as biopolitical tools: digital IDs, population registries, social assistance algorithms, etc. But the thing is that it is done without stable data infrastructure, with overlapping databases, with inconsistent enforcement and substantial informal mediation. So it's not a failure, it is a sort of different regime of governability. From this emerges a rationality that is not the neoliberal rational choice actor, nor the Foucauldian disciplined subject. It is more a subject that can develop intelligence of contingency, anticipatory judgment, interpretative elasticity, and also relational agency. But I must insert here a preventive note that it is not a governance that is irrational. It is a claim that rationality itself takes a different shape where institutions are not non-sovereign. So it's not any kind of institutional pessimism. It's more adaptive rationality that is fully compatible with some insights of some authors about dispersed, incomplete knowledge. But it's incompleteness, like in Hayek epistemology, for example, that is not natural. It is politically produced by non-sovereign infrastructure. Just many example. In several SCE states, biometric IDs and digital tax services exist on paper, work only intermittently. So citizens develop sort of meta skill. They know when system fails, they know how to navigate failures, whom to call, which workaround to use, etc. This is a biopolitical rationality that could be seen as situational pragmatics. And this brings me to the third axis. So it's in regard to epistemologies of ignorance and universalism from the margin. In which sense? If we shift to the knowledge and take, for instance, Shannon Sullivan and Nancy Tuana's notion of epistemologies of ignorance, it is central here because ignorance is not seen as absence, but as something that is produced by power. Linda Alkov shows that epistemic authority attaches unequally to speakers. In meals, for example, we have these witnesses structures that are visibility and invisibility of the structures. But ignorance here is not only produced from below, it is also imported from above. In a sense that global knowledge infrastructures like academic canons, development models, legal standards, they generate forms of ignorance in semi-peripheral context by misrecognizing their conditions, by universalizing Western categories, and by dismissing local epistemic experience. So maybe it could be said that this knowledge or ignorance of semi-periphery lives between two pressures. One is internalizing models of the center, sometimes against even empirical reality, and the other is being exoticized as local specificity, never granted theoretical universality in that sense. So this produce what could be seen as epistemic fragmentation, which is actually a form. I believe that it can be a form of epistemic lucidity, because knowledge is always already recontextualization, appropriation, it's always already sort of translation. But it's not argument for relativism. It is the universal is not denied in this argument. It is conditioned. It is something that is opened up, that is relationalized. So it's not universal. It's not abolished. It's transformed into process. So one way to understand this, to understand why the semi-periphery becomes epistemically privileged site, is to follow a line of thought that cuts several theoretical traditions without belonging fully to any of them. In Fanon's account, for example, colonial subject is not simply subjugated. He's the one who sees modernity without its protective fictions. And because the subject is denied the stabilizing illusions of the center, he confronts this naked construction of modernity, its racialized hierarchies, its contingent norms, and the fragility that exists beneath this its universal claims. But it's not only political argument, it is also epistemological description of a subject who is somehow forced into lucidity. Glissant, for example, radicalizes this by insisting that universality is not an abstract homogenizing idea, but it's a relation. It's a field of encounters that is shaped by asymmetry. So his defense of opacity is not a celebration of obscurity, but it's a refusal of this epistemic violence that demands full transparency from the periphery while assuming it at the center. member, for example, okay, adds another layer of showing that these shadow zones of modernity, the zones of exclusion, of irregularity, of precarious life, they are not aberrations but constitutive spaces in which the architecture of modern rule becomes more legible. So when we situate the semi-periphery within this constellation, we began to see that it is neither a derivative nor colonial experience nor a minor variant of Western modernity. It occupies a distinct zone where this non-synchronous temporalities and incomplete institutionalization expose these fractures that center can afford to conceal. From another perspective, for example, in Chiber, we can find this reminder that capitalism does introduce universal pressures through commodification, through rationalization, abstraction, but that the lived experience of modernity diverges dramatically depending on one's structural position. Also, if I may say, for example, what Connell proposes as Southern theory, it's not a celebration of locality. It's an argument that theoretical insight is generated precisely where institutions do not fully stabilize social life. Or when they speak about epistemic South, whether in the Caribbean, Latin America, or Eastern Europe, I'm aware of distinctions, but it reveals aspects of global modernity that remains invisible within the self-assurance of center-produced theory. In Winters, for example, there is this insistence that the modern category of the human is itself a historical and colonial construction that opens yet another viewpoint. When modernity's claim to universality is destabilized, the margin becomes not the negation of universality, but the place where universality can be reimagined. For Winter, the challenge is not to abandon this universal, but to rebuild it from a position that recognizes the plurality of ways of being human, the multiplicity of rationalities and the histories that the dominant narrative has suppressed. So taken together, which can be a little bit strange, but these thinkers show what emerges from what can emerge from semi-peripheral context that is not a call for cultural particularism, but a form of rationality that is already attuned to fragility, to incompatibility, to translation and relationability. It is rationality that is shaped by the experience of these asymmetrical universals that arrive already as contested, as already fractured. And precisely because of this, this standpoint I see as capable of generating insights that are neither provincial nor derivative, but structurally critical. And it's not a deficit position. It is a vantage point from which modernity's operations become visible in a disproportional manner, precisely because one must live within its contradictions rather than behind what its guarantees. We could say maybe that it produces a universalism that has passed through non-sovereignty, the universalism that it's aware of its own fractures. But it's not an attempt to build a new regional theory. These are more like analytic lenses that I use. They are not identity claims. I'm not describing the semi-periphery as a homogeneous space. It's a heterogeneous set of conditions that produce similar epistemic effects despite different histories. And this is also where contemporary analysis of, for example, hybrid hegemony in Eastern Europe become relevant, not as a shift in topic, but as an illustration of how these epistemic structures materialize politically. I don't know, if we speak of Serbia, for instance, we can speak about how a contradictory hegemonic bloc repeatedly converts emergent collective actors into ephemeral formations, not because these actors lack agency, but because their modes of articulation are already shaped by the very environment of legal non-sovereignty and adaptive governability that I try to describe. It's just example. Okay, just a second. it's important for me to underline this because it means that it could mean that counter-hegemonic limits are not simply failures of organization, but expression of this institutional and epistemic condition that the semi-periphery itself produces. The same structural fractures that enable this absorption also open these small asymmetries, moments where the hegemonic mirror fails to perfectly reproduce what it seeks to neutralize. And let me now maybe close by returning to the opening question. So what does it mean to think from the semi-periphery? I believe it's one of the rare vantage points from which the contradictions of modernity can be seen as an exception, but not as exception, but as structural features. A space where, of course, that universality must be tested, but not assumed, where law is not a stable architecture, it's a field of interpretation. Governability is seen not a coherent strategy, it's more like a fluctuating set of demands, and knowledge is not only application of models, but it's more like negotiation between different economic hierarchies. So rationality that I try to describe is therefore not a diminished rationality, it's reflexive rationality. And that is the place for optimism, maybe. It's capable of seeing both institutional construction and institutional disintegration. It's capable of holding together norm and exception in some way. It's capable of inhabiting modernity without believing in its coherence. So it's in this sense, we can see semi-periphery as a heterogeneous set that in this sense is not a place on the map, but it's a conceptual regime, epistemic instrument, even philosophical stance, I would dare to say. And if there is universalism that could be maybe worth defending today, it might be this one, in a sense that emerges not from stability, but even not just from stability, but also from lucidity, from this experience of negotiating non-sovereign modernity, from understanding that modernity was never a project of coherence, but it was also the project of continuous recalibration. And I would maybe finish here. Thank you.
Super. Thank you, Sarah. A lot of nice definition and a lot of things that I'm sure we are gonna be discussing afterwards. But let's move to the next presenter. I like when we have 3 girls in a row, 3 women in our panel. So the next one is Tijana Matijević, also a researcher from the Institute of Philosophy and Social Theory. Tijana graduated literature studies in Belgrade and Eastern European studies in Bologna, and finished her PhD at the Martin Luther University Halle-Wittenberg with the thesis from Post-Yugoslavia, the Female Continent, a feminist reading of post-Yugoslav literature. Until 2023, she was a teacher and a researcher associated with the Slavonic Studies departments of the Martin Luther University and Friedrich Schiller University in Jena. She explores continuities among Yugoslav and post-Yugoslav literatures and cultures, issues of aesthetic and ideology, alternative, avant-garde, feminist, left history. She also translates, writes literary critique, and since 2022 is the jury member of the Literary Award Biljana Jovanović. So today Tijana is gonna present to talk on the title Comparable Universalisms, Literary Criticism of the Sao Paulo and Praxis schools. I'm very excited to hear about this, and Tijana, you have a floor.
Thank you very much. This is very exciting, guys. Thank you for having me and encouraging this kind of a bit maybe even peripheral research perspective compared to what we heard in these 2 days. But I tend to see what I'm going to present, actually the writings of the authors I would present as maybe some kind of historizing of the theoretical concepts discussed earlier today and yesterday. So my entry into this collective thinking on the potentials of the semi-periphery happens by way of literary theory. That is, literature as corpus of works, but also system, to which the questions of national and global or international, particular, universal, central, and peripheral are constitutive, or they are constitutive at least for the literature of small nations, which is the term by one of the authors I would deal with today, Svetozar Petrović, Yugoslav literary scholar. I would try to stage a dialogue that never took place, but it could have, and why it did not might be one of the core questions of this inquiry. So the dialogue between the two, at the same time paradigmatic and unknown practices of theorizing, of literary theorizing in Yugoslavia and in Brazil. I refer to the literary theory of the Yugoslav Praxis School, which is in itself an unknown scholarly entity, but one can for sure discuss specifically literature-oriented theorizing emerging from the Praxis School that developed in socialist Yugoslavia roughly 1950-1970. Simultaneous to Praxis, in Brazil, the Sao Paulo school, or maybe better put, tradition of literary criticism, was appearing with Antonio Candido. I really hope I pronounce this well, because I have a tendency to read this as Italian, Candido. Can somebody help me? Is this Candido?
Candido.
Candido. So it's the first syllable. Okay. Thank you
But
very
it was
much.
great. Candido was great as well.
Okay, thanks. So as a central figure of this tradition, in fact, central figure in post-Second World War Brazilian literary criticism. And I will try to structure one quite asymmetric comparison based on selected Candido's writings available in English and the writings of the mentioned Yugoslav literary theorist Svetozar Petrović. And this is indeed one risky endeavor, not only because Brazilian literary theory was almost completely unknown before this experiment to me, but also because it is quite absent from any kind of local academic or even common knowledge, except of arguably that Portuguese speaking. So looking into the, as I put it, unrealized associations of theorizing on the semi-periphery, it does uncover some parallels between the two schools, but these parallels take rather form of indications than of a complete argument. And this is actually a curious fact because it sometimes matches the very design of argument in both of these traditions. So firstly, on the absence or invisibility. I first encountered the issue of in-betweenness, which might be one of the possible names for semi-periphery, when studying the text of the mentioned Yugoslav Praxis School authors for the purposes of a project dealing with the cultural transfer. And it was focused on the transfer between the West and the socialist Yugoslavia. But it soon became clear that this kind of transfer is not too probable in an opposite direction, meant politically and ideologically, though this always, as we heard many times in these 2 days, translate into some kind of geography too. So Praxis is a school of idiosyncratic Yugoslav, non-dogmatic or humanist Marxism, is more or less well-established research topic, but as said, its literary end is non-existence, and I would argue it happens because it is a kind of literary theory that developed inside and around Praxis, doesn't fit dominant matrices of interpreting and canonizing national literature. This is particularly weighty implication inside the dynamic of Yugoslav dissolution and importance placed on the nation-building disciplines, one of which is literature as national or even ethno-national, not only simply a discourse, but one could say a platform. So end of the 80s and the beginning of the 90s was the moment in which literary and cultural self-understanding withdrew to narcissist notions of authenticity and exclusivity, which are the concepts present in the text of both Candidus and Petrovic when they discuss this withdrawal to the national literature. Finally, regarding this absence, it wouldn't be too exaggerated to say that the literary theorizing of some of the Praxis philosophers, including Svetozar Petrovic, who is a literary scholar, is not much more familiar to local readers than the writings of Antonio Candido. Antonio Candido, born 1918, died 2017, was a Brazilian literary critic, sociologist, professor whose work shaped the field of Latin American literary studies, and best known for his influential analysis of Brazilian literature as a social and cultural system. So dealing with this paradigmatic and at the same time internationally not suitably recognized literary scholar confront us with analogous processes of minorizing, so to say, present in nations which are far from small, as Petrovic put it, or minor, like Brazil. So before, just for example, before 1995, and a selection of Candido's essays in the volume on literature and society, his work had never appeared in English, French, or German, in Spanish only in 1991. So meanwhile, it did appear in French. But so many years after originally written, his writings are becoming internationally visible, enabling also this kind of, so to say, impossible comparisons. And another author, the Yugoslav author I would deal with is Svetozar Petrovic, born 1931, died 2005, a literary historian, theorist, and Indologist, one of the most distinguished theorists of the specifically Yugoslav, we can say non-dogmatic or materialist approach to literary theory and literary criticism. Now, what is there to contrast? What is there to compare? Firstly, both authors reflect on many of the theoretical claims we heard yesterday and today. Their writing in the field of literary studies presents an attempt at original theorizing developing on a semi-periphery after the Second World War. Plus, they directly tackle the issue of the center-periphery dynamic. Also, what I believe is relevant is that they conceptualize their own notions about themselves, that is, their small nations, by themselves. And so their text could be read as laboratories of the formation of this kind of theory. Unfortunately, one of Candido's texts, The Right to Literature from 1988, has never been translated to English as far as I know. So I won't analyze it in detail, but it also offers a case for literature, making it quite central part of our cultural but also human experience. Candido argues that literature is a fundamental human right because it is a universal and necessary element of human formation, social justice, and symbolic life, and society must guarantee access to it. So, literature should be by all means considered in this kind of investigations, particularly given the fact that literature cannot avoid the national-international dynamic, which is a kind of translation of the center-periphery issue in literary studies. Svetozar Petrovic and Candido offer relevant insights on the status and potential of a small literature. And finally, their work is important because they proposed one alternative, integrated, so to say, approach to studying a literary text, but in fact any artistic text. That both discourses rely on, if not always strictly Marxist, then for sure materialist critique is a circumstance adding to a discussion on culture and its ideological embeddedness, which do qualify different understanding of literature. Both authors propose theoretical solutions to the literature and society problem or opposition as it is commonly framed, not as some minor or narrow question in literary studies, but as a marker of modernity, of modern or capitalist division among the spheres of art, education, science, ideology. So these spheres become autonomous and though this autonomy appears natural, it is historically produced. These two authors instead propose a fusion, both while theorizing and, one must say, in their style of writing. So integration of they tend to integrate these fragmented spheres. And so for Candido, very similar to Praxis scholars and Svetozar Petrović himself, literature and sociology were not two different fields of studies. As he asserted in one interview, the search for an open and integrative mode of analysis, so he was upholding this kind of search for an open and integrative mode of analysis that rises above conventional academic divisions in order to arrive at a more coherent point of view. Moreover, his vocation and his self-perception as an expert is, I think, very important, if not crucial, for his research methodology and its epistemic consequences. After teaching sociology for almost 15 years, he became a professor of comparative literature. And this is one quote from a 1993 interview. If you were to ask me what I am principally, I would say, itemizing it, teacher. I taught sociology without being a sociologist. I had no training in literature and taught literature. I had a close call with medicine. I studied law without using what I learned. I read a little of everything with no method. You can understand why I consider myself someone with irregular and heterodox training, but modesty aside, productive. Here is where Praxis and Sao Paulo School intersect in their humanist imagination and understanding of research and of the world, placing the stress on creativity or creativity as praxis. For Gajo Petrović, the Praxis key figure, who I believe Srđan might talk about later, the human being is above all being of praxis, and praxis means free and creative historical existence. The creative or productive principle is grounded in the idea that human beings realize their essence through free, self-determined activity. Praxis philosophers argue that creativity is not limited to artistic production, but is the fundamental mode of human existence, open, self-forming process through which individuals shape both the world and themselves, which is almost a definition or description of the quote of Candido I just read. So I will read through some of the most relevant theses from both authors, starting from their conceptualization of the arts and society problem and how they answer to it through their very discipline, their theorizing on the potentials of literary interpretation. In his text, Criticism and the Literary Text, or the work, from 1963, Svetozar Petrović develops theses that correspond to reception theory, which is in the early 1960s only beginning to emerge in European context. His materialist or dialectical outline for a theory of reception focuses on the fact of the social nature of art. Since a work cannot exist outside society, it also cannot exist apart from the concrete individuals of that society who read it. That is, a work does not exist as a work outside its relation to me or to you, as he put it. Petrović articulates the conceptual triad of reception theory, author, text, reader, using Marxist terminology as a dialectical unity of three elements, a three-dimensional dialectical interplay. Following this analogy, Petrović proposes something that may be defined as a new materialist approach to interpreting literature and to reception theory based on the interrelation between the text, the critic's talent, and the socially conditioned literary atmosphere. Likewise, in his 1965 text, and we should really pay attention to this remarkable coincidence in time, A Criticism and Sociology, an Attempt at Clarification, so this is the title of an essay, Candido writes, "Today we know that the integrity of the work does not permit us to adopt any of these dissociated visions, and that we can only understand the work by mixing text and context in a dialectically integrated interpretation, in the interpretative process. So, quite fitting the theory of reception as well. I continue with the quote. We know further that the external, in this case the social, is important, not as a cause nor as a meaning, but as an element that performs a certain role in the constitution of the structure, becoming therefore internal. So this is for sure a different take on the form and content issue, demonstrating that a theme in itself or certain social themes are not a committed writing by default. In one of his most important texts from 1970, Literature and Underdevelopment, Candido writes against a romantic national or even nationalist vision of literature, proposing instead a critical, socially situated understanding of literature, meaning that underdevelopment shapes not only economies but cultural fields, so publishing, readership, institutions, affecting what gets produced and how it circulates. Excuse me. The very term underdevelopment has a pejorative meaning, while Brazil as the new country, which was the earlier concept, meant, as he put it, the mild phase of backwardness. The underdeveloped country is, on the other hand, the phase of, his quote, catastrophic consciousness of backwardness. So we wouldn't be too surprised to see that Candido offers some quite classical Enlightenment arguments on emancipation and universalism we also heard of yesterday. Yet I suggest we read his argument a bit reversely, focusing not exclusively on this demand to grow, to become the best version of oneself, to use this contemporary variant of the discourse, but rather on his articulation of the peripheral or semi-peripheral literature against nationalistic and exclusivist views. When writing on literature of small nations, again, Candido, of course, doesn't use this term. I just applied Svetozar Petrovic's term in both cases. He talks not only of values, civilization, maturity, but the subject of the emancipatory endeavor is the free man who thinks. In this regard, another coherently Enlightenment perspective is his critique of the mass culture and the bad influence it is almost exclusively capable of, as, quote, the proper influence is that what civilized peoples must exert on one another. Nevertheless, what I believe one should stress is that Candido confronts the problem of influences by considering them as normal, as he put it, linkages on the level of culture. He writes, the law of the world now being interrelation and interaction, the utopias of isolationist originality no longer survive as a patriotic attitude that was understandable when the young nations were being born, a time that called for a provincial and umbilical position. What is more, he argues that, quote, the road of reflection on underdevelopment leads, in the field of culture, to transnational integration, since what was imitation increasingly turns into reciprocal assimilation. So long before transnationalism studies gained prominence in the 90s, Candido articulated the cultural reality of transnational world. That being said, Praxis School also had some similar proposals. To participate in a cultural universe, as Candido articulated it, means consciously choosing to share in the world of world literatures, which means overcoming the state of dependence. Importantly, how Latin American and Brazilian literary texts become recognized internationally is by unveiling and narrativizing not the national, but regional, which is a very interesting intervention by Candido into the debate on national and world literatures. He even names it super-regionalism as a phase in the development of literature corresponding, quote, to a consciousness distressed by underdevelopment and exploring the type of naturalism based on reference to an empirical vision of the world. Authors who went along this literary path, quote, solidly planted in what could be called the universality of the region. Therefore, on the other side of cultural provincialism, cultural degradation, these are all Kanjidu's phrasing, stand joining a broader culture in a form of cultural variant. This is also his term. While the way to achieve it is on the level on the individual talent, an artist's capacity to produce convincing aesthetics or aesthetic effects, this very activity already takes place inside dependency relations, which are not asymmetrical or domineering, but evidence, in his view, mutuality. Quote, at the deepest levels of creative elaboration, those that involve choice of expressive instruments. So this choice tells us about the individual artist behind it. So at the deepest levels, we always recognize our inevitable dependence as natural. Besides, seen thus, it is no longer dependency, but a way of participating in a cultural universe to which we belong, which crosses the boundaries of nations and continents, allowing the exchange of experiences and the circulation of values. So quite optimistic about universalism, obviously. Kanjidu insists further on the excellency of artistic production as fundamental. So this is fundamental for him. A fundamental stage in overcoming dependency is the capacity to produce works of the first order, but influenced by previous national examples, not by immediate foreign models. So, through technical refinement, creative elaboration, production of the first order works, these are all his phrasings, and these are all manifestation of artistic skill, of the aesthetic effect, which is generated from this kind of skill. So through this, any literary topic can gain universal relevance and meaning. Universality is in a way for Kanjidu acquired through the work of form, work on the form, as it seems. Quote, thanks to this, regions are transfigured and their human contours subverted, causing formerly picturesque features, which is a negative feature, to be shed and to acquire universality. So acquiring universality through perfection of the literary or artistic form. In his 1970 text, The Literature of a Small Nation and Foreign Influence, so again, the years completely coincide, Svetozar Petrović also writes that the specifics of small literatures are not determined simply by the factor of number and size, but one must immediately mention the factor of underdevelopment and uneven development, the circumstance of lasting oppositions, and of the lasting mutual influence between more developed centers and a more backward hinterland. The factor of political subordination or dependence through long centuries, the circumstance of centuries-long existence on the insecure margin of a civilization to which we belong today. And this margin, which is in Serbo-Croatian in the original rub, could be translated as the edge, fringe, rim, verge, like a really interesting kind of specter we can add to this spatial metaphorics by using this different word, not simply periphery or margin. So we see how Petrović slaloms through many of the concepts Kanjidu himself uses, but which were also uttered in last 2 days during our presentations. And by doing this, he describes the position of Yugoslav literature inside and against the space of world literature. Again, very briefly, and analogous to Kanjidu, Petrović understands the access to universal, so to access to universal through literary form or literary form norm even, a kind of terminological leveling or terminological contract as arguably a safe space for universality. Instead of an influence, he proposes calling it, quote, the acceptance of an international literary context, identification with a broader tradition, assimilation of a general heritage of literary conventions and forms, procedures and commonplaces. Also, he claims quite articulately, the individual and not the national or the universal provides the ground on which the decisive move is made in the poet's artistic play. He also prioritizes the talent of that writer and the talent or the maturity of his work, which then, what is important, makes less relevant the writer's connection with foreign literature. And I will end with one methodological contribution of sorts, where Petrovic applies his concept of indicating terms or terms indicators, as opposed to hard or fixed terms, which are reliable, as he put it, reliable as those terms in natural sciences. And those kind of term indicators can help us voice those unreliable realities we discuss. Quote, we have learned that in the set of words such as domestic, foreign, original, new, and valuable, there are no synonyms or pairs among which the relationship is constant. Thank you.
Wow, this was really insightful, Tiana. Thank you so much. True courage to do these impossible comparisons. Really excited, really glad that it happened during this event. Okay, let's move to our last speaker for today and for the event before we open for the discussion. That is a colleague Srđan Đurović, also from the Institute of Philosophy and Social Theory from Belgrade. He is a PhD student at the Faculty of Political Sciences of University of Belgrade, where he completed his undergrad studies in international relations and MA studies in political science. He has many years of experience working in civil society organizations, primarily on applied research and public policy research in Serbia. His doctorate PhD is dedicated to the research of the heritage of humanist Marxism and praxis philosophy, especially the thought of revolution of the Yugoslav philosopher Gaja Petrović and its relevance in the context of contemporary theoretical debates in the field of political theory about the Anthropocene and artificial intelligence. His area of interest is normative political theory, social justice, and emancipatory social theory in the context of global development mega trends, and he is particularly interested in researching the relationship between academia and activist organizational and social movements. Srđan is going to talk today with the title Living Verum Factum on the Semi-Periphery, Lessons from the Yugoslav Praxis Philosophy. Srđan, you can start. You can begin.
Thank you, Vanya. Thank you. I have to say that what Tiana did was it's very difficult to go beyond that. But I will also draw the same tradition and maybe in somewhat different style. And my presentation, I hope, is going to have three parts. In the first part, I want to actually justify bringing this old epistemological early modernist principle of verum ipsum factum to this debate and to this table. Then I will tell a little story, because I think it's a very late, so I'll try to be less theoretical, more historical, and tell a little bit story about the praxis philosophy and its destiny. And in the third part, I'm actually just going to read out something called 9 theses on the theory of semi-periphery based on this praxis philosophy, and I hope that can be a kind of something to be discussed during the questions, or something that we can address maybe in the work to become, because I think this is the beginning. So why bring Giambattista Vico in this early modern epistemological principle to this table? So verum ipsum factum, for people who are less philosophically and history of philosophy minded, is basically the principle which is usually in English translated that the true is precisely that which is made. And it is equivalence, in a sense, of conceptual equivalence between the truth and successful making or successful creation. And it's one of the most radical epistemological claims of early modernity. It asserts that we know something truly only we can understand how it has been made, when the genesis, conditions, and internal structures of a thing are transparent to its maker. In contrast to Cartesian rationalism, which seeks universal timeless truths grounded in introspective certainty, Vico relocates truth in poiesis, in creation, in the creative, constructive, world-making capacities of human beings. We know mathematics because we make it. We know history because it's our collective creation. We can understand institutions, languages, myths, and laws because they are products of human imagination, sedimented over time. This perspective is obviously, already from this short elaboration I made, highly risky and problematic. It is a contested legacy of humanists, but I'll try to give the justification for this invitation of this kind of taboo figure onto this table, which is much more kind of oriented by the already experience of the postmodernism, post-structuralism, but also post-colonial theory as such. And I'll give three reasons. And the first reason is I see, and I want to see Vico as a paradigmatic example of a modern semi-peripheral thinker. I know this is very anachronistic, but it's deliberately anachronistic because I think that from understanding the historical context of development of this principle is something that can tell us about this inner logic of this type of thinking, or what we are actually kind of trying to also go towards here is like, is there a specific epistemology suitable for the periphery, which has been a lot discussed and which is in the central of debates. And I'll draw some isomorphism. So Vico is basically an in-between in terms of time. It's in between of two great currents in the philosophy of history, and that is the one started in England with Bacon, and the one started and the one which happened basically in Germany with Hegel. So to basically, Vico is usually seen as Hegel before the Hegel because it's basically a person who invented the history. I'll talk about it a bit later in philosophical sense. But he's in a European context at the time, in his time, something that we would probably term a semi-peripheral context. He's born and worked in Naples all his life. And the two major philosophical traditions, which are very trendy on a global scale intellectually, were actually coming from England in the form of empiricism, English empiricism, and the form of French rationalism inaugurated by Descartes. So in that sense, Vico is already a reaction towards the universal vision of philosophy created in the centers. He is a reaction to our philosophical titans, which have been shaping his intellectual world as well. And it's in between the two dominant epistemological groundings of knowledge coming from the center. One, the inductive principle of science, which inaugurated the positivism, and the second is the rationalistic foundation of knowledge in terms of deductive reasoning of Descartes. So in that sense, his intervention is an innovation from the semi-periphery on these two dominant strands. And it is innovation which is also trying to put up a defense of a practice which he's embedded in, tradition he's embedded in, and that is the Roman jurisprudence. It is the hermeneutics of law, and he was a professor of rhetoric. In that sense, he is also doubly professionally marginalized, because he was actually at his university a professor of rhetoric and not of the much more prized professor of jurisprudence, which he wanted to be and to become. And his creation of the new science of history, as it named, was obviously a repeated gesture of Bacon and the Novum Organum in terms of this scientific vision of the world. It is actually bringing forward or trying to develop a very original, very holistic version of the historic or history of philosophy as an alternative to the modernist rationality. Also, Vico has this characteristic legacy of rediscovery, and that is that he was completely forgotten at the time when he was writing, but it was rediscovered in Italy by Benedetto Croce, and then it influenced the very specific form of Marxism which developed, and that is Gramscian Marxism. So when thinking about the Gramscian model of history, which is implicitly there, one needs to cross Vico with Hegel and to understand how this semi-peripheral innovation of Vico was actually making place. And also, it is, when it returned with force. And this is my second argument why I bring Vico and this notion or this history to this table. And that is that there is a strong lineage in literature which can be made between Vico, Hegel, and Marx. And here I pinpointed already the fact that the concept of center and periphery needs to remember its Marxist roots. It needs to remember the tradition of thought where this concept was actually created, and that is a very Marxist kind of roots, and a very specific Marxist roots, because it's a Latin American concept. We forgot to say, I think nobody mentioned, that actually the concept of the periphery is the concept of theory of periphery is basically created or constructed on the semi-periphery. We are talking about the concept which was the result of the practice, very specific practice, which Gabriel mentioned, and that is this practice of trying to think of why we are not developing. And I know Andrea has a problem with the concept of development. It's very understandable given the philosophical tradition and different traditions we are. But the truth is that this connection, I think, is something that cannot be very easily broken. And in that sense, some notion of history and understanding of universal history as well, and different histories, is something that I think our endeavor has to do with. It's not only that there is this structural difference and identity difference between periphery and semi-periphery. There is a difference in temporalities, a structural differences which orient, in a sense, I would say, a theoretical thinking. I think some of the recent moves in debates, and why I think it's another discussion, we seem to be living in the age of Anthropocene. This is a very sexy thing to talk right now, but there is no space for anthropos. I think this bringing back and this revisiting together the idea of anthropos is something that I think can be justified by is there. And thirdly, why I wanted to start this is that I believe that the praxis philosophy of Yugoslav praxis philosophy, which my second part is going to be about, is basically what they did is they've taken the principle of epistemological principle of truth is that which is made, and made an ontological corollary of it and tried to develop a new philosophy based on that. They tried to do a conceptual innovation, which included innovating the old Aristotelian term of praxis into a modern term of praxis, and trying to bring that historical change in that term with the figure of Marx. In that sense, they are Marxist, as they are usually called. So this link between Vico is not only in praxis, is not only historical, but it's also logical, because they're closely intertwined. If you take this epistemological principle to be true, then you have to take into account or to struggle with the ontological consequences of that epistemological principle. If it's true that the act of knowing is truly and somehow intertwined the act of making, then we have to think of humans as sort of creative beings. This starting point, I will end here with this justification and go into my second part. My second part is actually a short story of the praxis. The praxis philosophy, right before it basically disappeared from the global map, was by Charles Taylor, thought of one of the most promising reinventions of Marxism alongside the world systems theory of Wallerstein. Wallerstein's theory survived. It had a number of new mutations and new innovations within this tradition. The praxis school didn't. It has to do something with that Wallerstein lived and worked at Yale University, and Gajo Petrovic worked in Zagreb and Yugoslavia. And it had something to do with the times of tide. All the essential features which they tried to make were basically problematized. However, I think what I believe, and my PhD program, my PhD project on Gajo Petrovic is actually revolving around that. I think these authors need to be rediscovered because their temporality was different from our temporalities, and maybe some of the things they've been saying are actually only now mature to be taken up and further developed. I will tell you a story of, the story of praxis is a story of trying to theorize your own experience and your own project and your own utopia. So in a sense, linking praxis philosophy to the destiny of Yugoslavia is true because Yugoslavia had its own utopia. Its utopia is utopia of a socialism, and in that sense, it was part of the Second World, but it's also utopia of independence from imperialism. And in that sense, I'll tell you what were the formative experiences in social and economic terms for the philosophers of praxis. The first is basically the self-liberation war during the Second World War, which was done by its own force. It was a very important part for the Yugoslav self-identity. This idea of self-liberation, of making its own history, of fighting a much stronger enemy by your own force is something that has been very much ingrained into the theoretical posture and affect which resulted from these formative experiences. As a historical vignette, how the break with Stalin in 1948, which is the second important formative experience for Yugoslav philosopher, and which actually kind of developed, and where they developed their most prominent critique of Stalinist dialectic materialism version of Marxism, was the dispute actually started because the Soviet Union wanted to impose on Yugoslavia their own form of organizing military. One of the first texts which was formed was basically by general and poet, Yugoslav poet Kocha Popovic, who was actually discussing and giving arguments why this form of organizing military, which was canonical in Marxist theory because it was directed by Moscow, is not suitable for the Yugoslav experience of self-liberation and what they did with themselves, how they transformed themselves during the Second World War. And the third formative experience is the new economic and political project of self-governance Yugoslavia. So this idea of creation was basically as well the creation of a new political reality, a new economic reality, and that was the project they were invested in. And thirdly, and not lastly, and I think relevant for us today, is the idea of the non-aligned movement. And it's an idea of opening the discussions and the impulse which Yugoslavia had to open itself to the others from the semi-periphery and periphery. Yugoslavia was in this alignment movement very often one of the first countries which gave recognition to the countries which formally left the colonial status. But also it opened itself to the cultural products of these areas. There is this interesting phenomena of UMAX phenomena, which was present in Yugoslavia in the 50s, where people from Yugoslavia were actually using and listening a lot of Mexican music. And the urban legend is that it's known as a U Mexicana, and it's basically known as at first it was triggered apparently by the Tito's decision not to import the capitalist product of Hollywood movies, even though he liked them. So he turned to the Mexican movies. It had to do with the economic reality of non-existing communication with the US. But what happened is basically you had these new forms of expression where domestic singers were using Mexican music melodies and even cultural tropes to explain or to kind of play with their own situation and talk about their own lived realities. And in that sense, I would say that praxis philosopher satisfied that definition of the organic intellectuals, which Gramsci usually uses, and that somehow the act of person who is theorizing and the destiny of a person who is theorizing is somehow linked with the destiny of the community he is living in and producing in. And then that community is not only local, but is global as well. And in that sense, the organic intellectual in praxis innovation would not only see things from the local perspective, but to understand the universal reflection or universal importance of that local reflection. This formative experience gave rise to a very specific theoretical features. And these theoretical features are definitely writing themselves into this tradition of the praxis philosophy, writing themselves into a Marxist position, particularly guided by the 11 thesis on the dream of emancipation and liberation. It wrote itself into a local, long socialist tradition from the 19th century with the figures of Svetozar Marković, where Gajo Petrović paradigmatic text on what for is praxis, which was basically an editorial for the launch of this platform they created, this international magazine they created, is basically a recursive rethinking of Svetozar Marković editorial which he wrote for the journal which was called the Radenik, and which is the first Balkan socialist journal as such, where he pinpointed the specifics, in my belief, something that could be useful here, the specific idea of what does it mean to be a socialist on the semi-periphery. Svetozar Marković claimed it is simultaneously doing the thing that the West did in terms of creating wealth and creating social wealth, but without the inequality suffering which is brought with it. So the simultaneously of doing the development without the repeating the mistakes of the development, which was done in the Western model, it's something that Svetozar Marković pinpointed as the very specific historic problematic, in a sense. So this triggered a wide reality of their conceptual production and innovation. They are, in a sense, they were very much anti-disciplinary. They tried to inhabit this in-betweenness about Tiana spoke. In-betweenness, not only between the East and West, but in-betweenness between philosophy and science, philosophy and art, philosophy and politics. This in-betweenness, this heterotopia, which they've tried to inhabit in a theoretical sense, it's something which was driving their conceptual production and innovation. And I, by reading some of the links, part of this strategy is this idea of open Marxism, but also of open locality, of open region. And in that sense, I would like to push back a little bit on this notion of hybridization, because I think in it's also this sort of injustice with that. Because to be a hybrid, it means not to be either one or the other already defined. It's not really a third. You are defined not by your own determination, but you're defined as not being enough Western or not being enough Eastern. not being, it is this hybridity. I understand the notion that can be turned into a potential, but it also kind of pinpoints this derivative notion of semi-periphery, where there is this derivation which comes from the something which is coming from the central, and it reinforces this this notion. And in that sense, in my research of Gaja Petrovic and his influences, and one of the influences of where I could find the encounter between the praxis and the Brazil is actually the pedagogy of the oppressed, who actually directly cites Gaja Petrovic. But also you can find it elsewhere. You can find it in Adolfo Vasquez, a Mexican critical theorist who was one who actually brought critical theory as well, or that's one of the interpretations, to Mexico, but try to also think of this notion of praxis. His book was translated in Serbia as early as 1980, just 4 years before it was published in Mexico, and he was visiting the cultural school, another infrastructural intervention of the praxis, where they've built their own conditions of theorizing and their own conditions of creating dialogue with their colleagues from the rest of the world. I can read the same thing in even Roberto Mangabeira Unger, whose idea of whose tractatus on against the false necessities is something that is also, and his version of constructivist institutionalism and constructivist theory to law, it also has this kind of notion. So having that in mind, and I think Tiana elaborated one of these isomorphisms. If they're not isomorphisms, let's call them family resemblances between different attempts to theorize in very specific conditions. In that sense, I will conclude with quickly reading something which is somewhat reflecting, and I will finish with that. I think I will be on time, and I'll finish on that with that, which is both what I added, or what I wanted to conclude from as lessons from this story I told you, which I think would be relevant for us today, but also to some of the reactions of the things that we were discussing. Given the privilege of being the last in this exciting event, I know we are all tired. I didn't have a time to set the terms of the debate, but I hope I can set some of the questions for the future of our endeavor, and maybe for the next phase. I'll put them in the form of the thesis, but they can be formulated in forms of the question as well. So the theory of center and periphery itself is a creation of the semi-periphery historically as the act of self-explanation. From the Latin American dependency school to philosophies of liberation, these frameworks of consciousness arise from zones of structural subordination, coupled with a normative impulse towards self-transformation and or development. The semi-periphery is simultaneously a site of critical diagnosis and the site of possible rupture. Thesis 2. The concept of the semi-periphery is entangled with the notion of asymmetry and external domination. It names not only a geography, but a relational position within the world system, defined by uneven flows of power, knowledge, capital, and legitimacy. It recognizes to be part of the global. Thesis 3. The semi-periphery is a temporal condition, a space of transition, transformation, and the not yet, suspended between the old world that has not been fully passed and the new world that has not yet arrived. Semi-peripheral thought inhabits this dual impossibility. It is shaped by the incomplete, actually different modernizations, interrupted transitions, and recursive returns of theoretical problematic. Its intellectual life unfolds in interstices between imitation and innovation, memory and anticipation, inheritance and invention, making the semi-periphery less a place than a becoming, a zone where theory is compelled to think from within the unfinished, the emergent, and in between. Thesis 4. The semi-peripheral theorizing presupposes some theory of political agency. Drawing on dependency theories and dialectics of liberation, it understands actors in the semi-peripheral conditions as agents who act within and against asymmetric structures, producing knowledge that is at once situated and critical. It is not creation ex nihilo, it is situated, practical, historical reasoning. Thesis 5. Semi-peripheral theorizing should be aware of its politicality and the historical. It emerges from a critique of its own conditions of production. Therefore, it cannot adapt a stance of neutrality. Its logic aligns more with Marx's conception of critique as emancipatory praxis than with Horkheimer's critical distance. It is also the act of independence. Thesis 6. The effective undercurrent of semi-peripheral theorizing is shaped by a dialectic of concrete utopian imagination and existential anxiety. Hope and despair, emancipation and vulnerability appear as twin affects structuring its conceptual horizon. Semi-peripheral theorizing oscillates between closure and openness. It is my 7th thesis, and there is one thesis which is the final thesis basically, and that is I want to bring this notion of that semi-peripheral theories, historically speaking, are bastards of modernity. They are illegitimate offsprings of the canon, very often too late to be founders, and very often too original or too specific to be followed. They live in structural tensions with hegemonic narratives and canons, surviving as echoes and footnotes, yet precisely through this marginality, they could potentially become laboratories of theoretical reinvention. In that sense, I would end on a Marxist note and say that I see this as a general call of bastards, the leftovers of the world, unite. And to talk and to rediscover is this act of trying to work their own traditions, but also bring them forward to a very universalistic thinking. Thank you.
Wow, okay. I think it couldn't be a better way to finish this panel and the talks like before the last discussion. Srdjan, thank you very much. I hope you can write it down so we can also have it. I just want to translate to people behind you who don't read Cyrillic. It's written, Lenin is also reading Hegel, right?
Yeah.
Was also Hegel. So,
I'm clear about my positionality. Whenever I have discussions, I'm declaring my positionality.
It is very ideological, almost like not ideological. Sorry, it's a very positioned way of semi-periphery and the periphery and the very clear thesis. I'm going to open the floor for the questions. I was tired, but now I am not so much. I hope that also Srdjan moved us a bit, all of us, so we can use these next 30 minutes to make some quality questions and have this flow a little bit longer. Like we had a conversation, we had a very interesting talks, just to maybe give if somebody like it's been like already like 1 hour and something, but I wanted to say like we have Professor Mariana talking about the Bible bullet and neoliberal economic bloc that is like articulating neoliberalism as not a historical accident and different populist punitivity. Then Sarah with epistemic, like how can we think about epistemology from the semi-periphery, very interesting as well. I think it also enters a lot what Mari said. And we had Tiana and Srdjan bringing some interesting, amazing conversations between Brazil and Serbia through the praxis theory and literature critique, and Srdjan finishing with his thesis. So I'm going to open for anyone who wants to raise a hand and already put some questions here for our presenters, and then maybe I make some by myself. But whoever wants to make a question can raise a hand, and then we can do like collecting questions, and then we can give to our speakers to answer. Yeah. Okay, so we can try, yeah, if somebody is shy, Andrea is not. So Andrea, you can start with the first questions, and then we can wait some more hands raised.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I have a question for you, Mariana. And actually, pardon my I'm not so informed. I don't have really a theoretical question, even if I do. I have one which is, let's say, not theoretical, but really more political, and the other one which will be a bit more theoretical. So the first thing is that with that terrible police brutality and killings, and your idea of punitive populism and everything, how that does that echoes the fact that Bolsonaro was imprisoned now? How do those two, because I'm actually, it here we have so much corrupted politicians, like, and we cannot even dream about getting them into prison, maybe one day, but for the moment it's really they're somehow still untouchable, so how those two things resonate, it seems like kind of interesting correlation, on the one hand you have that terrible police brutality, and then on the other hand, still somehow, even if this can happen, still Bolsonaro can finish in prison, like, I don't know. I hope he won't get out in 5 minutes like Sarkozy did, He was 20 days there. And the other question is about the periphery of the periphery. I really liked that echoing, And were you thinking purely in a spatial terms? Because like favelas are like they are, but still, like how can this periphery of the periphery can be at the heart of a town, So there is also I see some spatial like kind of contradictions or paradoxes. And do you think that I don't know, that people living in favelas are some kind of a subaltern of Brazil? And I don't know. These are only guesses. You can pick what you will choose to answer or not. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrea. So then, Gabriel.
Yes, thank you so much. This was a very, very interesting panel. Thank you so much. I have a couple of questions for Tiana and Srijan. And the first question is, how can I get a poster like this one, this Lenin reading Hegel? How do one get one of those? So this is my first question. Second question is the question about creativity. I think both Tiana and Srijan raised this point. I want to ask first, Tiana, how do we, if you can maybe reconstruct your argument around creativity, because I want to understand if you found this in Antonio Cândido, right? Probably you know this. Cândido had a very important debate with avant-garde poets of the period, especially one called Haroldo de Campos. I don't know if you heard of this one. Was a great Brazilian poet that accused he accused Antonio Cândido of exactly what I was talking about yesterday. My fears towards critical theory these days is that you're actually instituting a canon. So the debate was Antonio Cândido was very interested in creating this canon, this Brazilian canon, but he left outside everything that he wasn't interested in. For instance, the Baroque poetry in Brazil. So I don't know. Maybe you can talk about a little bit about this. And to Srijan, this was great. This resonates a lot. Thank you for the last conclusions of the panel or the event. I don't know. It was great. I agree with everything you said. But I was also let me try to put this question a little bit differently, because this is the question that I'm asking myself as well. You reconstructed this idea of creativity and self-liberation through Vico, right? And this was great. This was I had to read Vico. I had to do it after your talk. This was great. But normally I talk about this thing through the tradition of German philosophy, talking about the distinction between two Kantianisms. One from Fichte that for me is closer to what you're talking about, this idea of self-formation and creation, etc. And I think this is very important. I'm very aligned with you on this one. But at the same time, and this goes back to the question that maybe Andrea was raising in the other panel about the problems with development, that I see, maybe I'm wrong on this one, Andrea, but I think maybe you have something like this in mind. The problem of development has to do also with what we cannot create. We can only receive. And this would be Schelling, right? The other half of the Kantian debate. So do you think we have space to think something like that? That especially when it comes to contemporary philosophy. For me, contemporary philosophy, realism and contemporary realism and materialism are actually some kind of cosmology, right? Why? Because the world is something that you cannot create. It's out there. And both philosophy and politics these days are philosophy and politics of this out there, this one thing that you cannot reduce phenomenologically. Does this resonate with you somehow, or this one thing that you cannot that you can only receive, the Urgrund, the original ground in Schelling? So thank you so much. It was great. Thank you, guys.
Should we answer now or later?
Yeah, I will just have some questions to add. Specifically, I wanted to add to Sarah a question. Like, I really like, and then David. Okay, so I will just, like Sarah, you talk about, and I like this thing about the semi-periphery as something, a playground, playful. I think that really illustrates what we did today. We all kind of played with the idea of semi-periphery, periphery. David also talks about the toolboxes where we can give more tools to the. I think these metaphors are very. They are important, right? They're important because we are working with something new and we are trying to think something, like also express something new. But in this and in your talk, when you talk about these special forms of subjectification and especially these non-stable horizons, normativity is never pure in this first part, at least I have like a doubt about that, about norms. Like, I think that some norms are actually very rigid on semi-periphery, more rigid than in the core. Like the norms when we talk about the gender, about especially some more like social norms that are pre-legal, that are not so, like, they're not inscribed, like juridified. So I just thought about this normativity more like this, when you say more like in these administrative and like more juridified forms that you gave as an example. And also I have this, I remember Agamben, like, for example, when he's criticizing European Union. I couldn't find, I was trying to remember, but I remember him talking when it was like a Treaty of Lisbon or so. He was against the idea of European Union, talking we should have Mediterranean bloc or something like that, versus the Central Europe versus the Western Europe. Like we are like in core different. He didn't call peripheries. He talks about this pan-Mediterranean also ways of doing stuff. And he was accusing always European Union for producing crisis, right? As something which is maintaining the exception. And you say something like at the end interesting about this reflexive rationality that holds together norm and exception. I think that's very, very interesting for me at least, but I just wanted to hear you more, like if you can go a little bit just from that reflexive rationality from there. Is this holding together norm exception only like in keeping it visible, like you said in the first part, that maybe core doesn't mention, like separating, keeping it visible, or we can from there also have this maybe counter hegemonic, or in this way like different resistance, because sometimes I feel that it is clear what is exception, what is norm, but that doesn't mean praxis. Like it doesn't produce some different politics, even though it's visible, like just in this visible invisible thing. So yeah, and the other thing, just like with Tiana, what you also, and I think Srđan also touches, and that's something for very interesting, how in the literature and art and in general, like you can see in many Brazilian examples and Latin America, we have this openness to universal. Right, this idea of universalization, we have it also in this coming also from the international, like recognition from international community, etc. And also there is a little bit romantic in this transnational universal, I would say. But I just wanted to ask you, it's a true courage what you did to read this, like try to make this dialogue. Was it something you, how did you encounter, how did you isolate these two authors? Like, how did Candido and Petrovic come into a room? You said there is no like such a dialogue done before, etc. Like, so just like curiosity, why these two? Why Petrovic and Candido? Just that. And now I'm gonna give David to make his question, and then we can, do the answers.
Okay, a very quick question for Srđan. Have you studied, did you study the relationship between dependence theory and the world system theory? Because here we have a debate about the extent to which world system theory is a kind of continuation of dependence theory, or a break to it to some degree. So I'd like to hear a little bit about this point. Thank you.
Okay, maybe we can maybe start, with the last, David made the last question to Srđan, so maybe Srđan you can answer first, and then we can have Sara and then Tiana, or whatever you prefer.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the both questions, and for obviously from a philosophical side, this is a bit of a provocation. I'm trying to bring back this gesture of trying to look at one abandoned and in a lot of senses discredited project for a number of reasons. I think that when we discuss about the semi-periphery, we are discussing these different forms of modernity, and however we want to jump out of it, it seems that we are there. And thanks to Vanya, who actually brought to me back a Yugoslav author, which is Miroslav Milovic, or Miro, which had these two places, or these two home countries, as he would call them. And in a sense, I see him, for example, as one of the persons who's actually following this tradition of this idea and his concepts of law as potential and of community as difference, and this idea of going back to this philosophical ontological question of in a sense, what does it mean to become, and what does it mean to have a potential and to live that potential in a sense. So I think that in that sense, to Gabriel's question as well, is I completely agree with you. When I'm talking about this, if you read it from a philosophical canon, this is a lost cause. And I think that praxis philosophers felt that as well. And they've tried to move into this meta-theoretical field. I have a very specific positionality here as well, because what I'm working on and developing, I want to look at this as a meta-political theory. I want to drop this high ambition of creating a new philosophy. But I would say this is some sort of a framework theory which allows you to approach the traditional problems within the field of the political theory, but with a different twist, with a twist which has these meta-theoretical pinnings in which you need constantly to be aware of what kind of statements you're making, what kind of descriptions of people you're making you should not be made. In that sense, obviously, I'm not proposing that we revitalize creative practice or free creative praxis of the mate, or even the mode of revolutionary theorizing which Gajo Petrović proposes, which, by the way, was actually the brother of Svetozar Petrović, which was mentioned in Tijana Matijević's work, and usually in literature not associated closely with the praxis school. But the general notion, this isomorphism of problematic in literary criticism and in philosophy, is there. And that is something that I would like to kind of bring forward. In terms of development, I know the troubles with the development theory, and this goes the other answer, how this development theory is something that is completely ditched by the Wallerstein in a sense, but it's still there implicitly. But the Wallersteins, what I had a problem, if you want to talk about, is he brings this ontological melancholy to the thing, because the semi-periphery does not seem to have any ways of exit. And I think that is the result of the theoretical structuralist approach which he produces, which is somewhat at odds with this emancipatory self-disalienation Marxist tradition in which dependency theory was created. And in that sense, I think that creates some sort of misfit between the Wallerstein and this original dependency theory, how it was developed, because the original dependency theory relied on the assumptions that we can ask ourselves self-reflexively a question: can we do something about the fact that we are not developed? Can we do something? Can we overcome these structural positions which we are coming? And in that sense, I think that's something where this isomorphism of problematics of praxis and liberation theory, and so even in different gestures, I want to elucidate. My theses are bold but irrelevant in a sense. I tried to capture our different thinkings and different elements, which I think are more the avenues for future exploration. What we need to think if we want to establish something or to demonstrate something, which is the semi-peripheral thinking. This alternative mode of rational, which Sara was talking about, or this different articulation of hegemony and contra-hegemony, which Marian was talking about. And in a sense, it's a raw thought which we can formulate later, but I think it opens some of the avenues where we could go together as a group.
Perfect, Srdjan, thank you. Then maybe Sara, and then Tijana, then Mariana, or in that order, if it's okay for you. Sara, if you want to. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Vanya. Thank you for your questions. I think that it's extremely important because it touches precisely this risk that of the vocabulary that I chose. Well, first, what you said about the rationality that I described myself as playful. The point was maybe to suggest not lightness or arbitrariness, if I can say like this, but to describe this mode of reasoning that emerges in unstable institutional environments. So in other words, that play referred to some sort of elasticity, to movement, to the ability to shift between these registers of law and practice, and not to undermine the seriousness of norms. But I understand the risk that exists here. The point about gender norms and social norms, very insightful, that are extremely rigid, actually. You're absolutely right that many norms are more stable, but precisely because they are stable, they become part of this constraint within which this peripheral rationality operates. Or at least I try to argue that the subject learns to navigate the constraint between rigid norms, for example, some social norms, and unstable legal institutional norms, and that this tension is what produces the reflexivity that I described. I mean, not that I'm trying to show that everything is fluid, but rather that this coexistence of rigidity and instability produces a specific epistemic burden of these semi-peripheral subjects. On Agamben, I agree. I mean, I know that Agamben himself, he was very critical of the very idea of European center in this, how to say, Mediterranean framing. I think he shows how crises cut across north-south divide, okay? When I used him, I tried to transpose these geopolitical distinctions, in a sense, just to borrow from him much more technical point. His idea that law always constrains this zone of indistinction between norm and exception. What I at least try to show is that in this semi-periphery, this zone of indistinction is not episodic, it's more structural. It's less about following Agamben's map, it's more about maybe resituating his conceptual insight in this context. And about norm versus exception, and whether this, how to say, reflexive rationality resolves or blurs, or maybe even blurs this distinction. I try to argue that the distinction disappears, but when it becomes visible to subjects in a way that is often invisible in these stable states, in a sense that reflexive rationality holds this norm and exception together, but not to confuse them, to see them simultaneously, to see how norms depend on exceptions and how exceptions quietly stabilize norms. So from that visibility comes this small possibility of maybe of counter-hegemonic agency, not because the subject escapes the system, but because they can perceive the structure that governs them. So if I would try to summarize, it's to say that playful would not be the same with arbitrary, that it describes this mobility, that it's under constraint. That these rigid social norms coexist with unstable institutional norms, and that this division between norm and exception is not collapsed, but it's made legible, and that legibility is the condition of the resistance. Yeah, I think if that is in a sense that what the semi-peripheral subject learns is not that norms fail or that exceptions dominate, but that modernity operate within this tension. That this tension is precisely where critical agency becomes maybe possible. I would maybe explain it this way, if that's okay.
No, it's perfect, Sarah. Thank you. Yeah, a lot of things appear here and there, but thank you. You really answered nicely. Thank you. So, Tiana, if you may, and then Mari.
Okay, thank you. You are very careful listeners, both of you. You, in a way, spotted like the blind spots of my presentation, or like the structure of the argument. And for the sake of argument and for the sake of comparison, I did maybe simplified or oversimplified the figure of Candido. I mean, as said, I said some things, this kind of enlightenment, very non-problematic kind of application of values. This is like his horizon of thinking, his horizon of argument. But at the same time, all these things I somehow linked very spontaneously with this what is specific of praxis philosophy, this insisting on creativity, etc. What was the first question? And I would somehow, though, or for example, I don't know, his notion of this romanticizing of the notion of Brazil as a new country, which is very different of the notion of underdeveloped country, because this offers some kind of opens, you know, you can even connect it to the optimal projection as a kind of a Yugoslav self-conceptualization, this like revolutionary novum. You know, you can even connect it to this, but of course, you can totally look at it critically, like it's some kind of colonial romanticism, of course. But I would somehow prefer that we try to look at him as some kind of both. So some kind of conservative structuralist who wants to present Brazilian and Latin American literature to the rest of the world, which was, by the way, process similar happening after Second World War in Yugoslavia, when we also needed somehow to categorize according to the world literary standards our literature. So this is kind of returning to this modernist paradigm I, in a way, debunked in my discussion. So, I mean, it's very contradictory. It's contradictory. For the sake of argument, I kept this line to somehow enable comparison. It's more complex, but I believe Candido to be both some kind of creative, you know, like he wrote extensively on the essay as a typical, more or less Brazilian form of writing, where you can combine scientific and artistic way of writing, which is really similar to what our praxis school is doing. So yeah, I don't know if I'm answering, but somehow it's hybrid, as Srdjan said.
Yeah, we can problematize hybrid as well. Okay, thank you, Tiana. And Mariana, if you may now answer your question.
Okay, thank you so much, Andrea, for the question. I will start with the more conceptual one. You asked about the difference between the center of the periphery from the periphery of the periphery. Okay, the center would be, let's think about Rio de Janeiro, for instance. The center would be the parts of the city where the elite and the middle class lives. And in Rio, they are very much marked in the territorial. We know, when you go to Rio, we know where we can go and where we cannot go. And where we can go only if the drug traffickers authorize, or the militias authorize. So it's in part, this division is partly territorial. But what I really want to emphasize is that the power operates in very different manners. If you take the center of the periphery and the periphery of the periphery, if you take the favelas. If you take the favelas, for instance, the law is the traffickers or the militias. It depends on who dominates this territory. And when we look at the favelas, the idea of a right to kill for the police, it works perfectly. The police can kill at the favelas, and those people are ungrievable, as Judith Butler would say. Those lives they're so precarious, they just disappear, and there is no consequences, not enough consequences associated to those deaths. So the police can kill, the militia can kill in the favelas, but the police cannot kill somebody from middle class or the elite, because if somebody does, we have the law investigation will probably work. So the power operates in very, very different manners in those spaces. And the second question you asked, it's a more difficult one. I would try to say something, but maybe my Brazilian friends and Vanya, who is also kind of Brazilian, can help me with the answer. He was asking, Andrea asked, okay, Bolsonaro is arrested. This is new. Trump is not arrested. He talked about many leaders of the far right, they are not arrested. What happened in Brazil? Well, I think it's actually have something to do with the fact that we have the Supreme Court members, they are in their majority indicated from the government of PT, Lula was president from PT, then Dilma was president from PT. After, there was Michel Temer, who was like, it's hard to explain what Michel Temer is. It's like a hybrid form in the bad sense, because he's like a professional politician who talks to everyone, who makes all the negotiations. And then Michel Temer had indicated for the Supreme Court Alexandre de Moraes, who is somebody who is actually trying in a rough way, but he's like trying to enforce the law. So I think it has something to do with the composition of the Supreme Court and with the fact the Brazilian constitutions, the design of Brazilian constitution, it gives a lot of power to the Supreme Court. I think these are two very important elements. And well, the history of the Bolsonaro family is completely connected to the history of urban militias in Rio de Janeiro. So they grow in the politics defending that. Okay, they did that very implicit in very particular form, but they are. It's better when we have an urban militia dominate this territory than to let it go to the traffic. So their position, it's very much connected to militias. So I think there is this interplay associated with the Bolsonaro, but I think he's arrested because of the history of the Supreme Court and the constitutional design that gives a lot of power to the Supreme Court, which is something that we might have criticized, but at this historical moment, it was important. I don't know if Davi, Gabriel, or Vanya have something else to tell about this.
Yeah, I think is that court that Gabriel wants to defend more. But no, I just want to say that in Serbia we don't have that. Like, I remember studying about the constitutional court that we have. The first sentence is the constitutional court, even though it's called court, is not court. Like, and we don't have these powerful Supreme Court like in federations, in federative systems. And there's something very interesting also in Poland, how they are fighting, the right wing is fighting the powers of the constitutional court. It actually lowered, like it amended the constitution so the constitutional court of Poland has less power when it comes to these kind of decisions, right? Like the Brazilian one has. So that's a very insightful also for the talks that we had. But I think, Mari, that you answered, like, it's complex. I believe Bolsonaro is not going to go out in 20 days, but I am not so sure. Next year it's election. So you never know. Like when the election comes, everyone a little bit tensed in Brazil with the next year, but it was a celebration moment. Let's see. Was it just a spectacle but people needed to celebrate. Okay, so I think we can also celebrate ending this event. I don't want to say that we are like here bastards of modernity. It stayed Srđan this word, but we definitely did some dangerous task, some courage to make this impossible. Like Tiana also said, impossible comparisons, impossible conversations, and maybe the first time conversations, the first time comparisons. And I'm very, very happy to be part of it. And we don't have all the colleagues from the previous days here. We have on YouTube what we did, and I hope I'm gonna enter in touch. We can also try to use this and put on paper and at least put this, like these talks of ours in a form of publication and continue this hopefully presentially and hopefully meeting each other. And and Gabriel, if you want a poster, I can maybe make a mediation to do that, because as Miroslav Milovic was and as Petar Bojanic was talking, I am a kind of a stranger when it comes to these like dialogues. So as a stranger, I can do mediation as well. I can do this bridge between the poster from Serbia and Brazilian.
Great. It's a great idea of gift to me. If you guys are thinking about that, that would be a great gift.
Perfect. We'll have that in mind. Thank you very much for keeping until late, and let's keep in touch and enjoy the rest of your day.
Quickly, we don't need to let this linger much too long. We need to produce something.
Yeah.
Let's already think of what is next.
We need praxis. We need some creativity here. Definitely. Thank you, Tiana and Srđan, for appointing that at the end of this event. Okay, so
glad to serve the common good. Glad to serve.
Okay, I will reach out, and I hope I get your attention again for continuing these dialogues. And let's go from there. Thank you again, everyone. Hvala svima.
Thank you very much.
Ciao, ciao.
Ciao.
Thank you very much.
Obrigado, guys. Obrigado.
Ciao.
Ciao.
Thank you.
Bye. Já, David?
Sim, encerrado.